Happy Saturday and welcome back to the Sci-Fi Center Presents. Second time today we've seen each other. I kind of cheated on the first time because I had to go see AEW Collision, and I will be talking about that as well. But earlier this afternoon, we had our fundraiser. The link is still open. I put that link at the very top of the chat. So if you didn't get a chance to share and donate today, the link is up there. We still got a chance to reach 7,000 before we end this broadcast. Hopefully we do. That'll make the day worth it. So today's topics, as I explained before, pretty much on the thumbnail. We're going to talk about the Netflix event that I went to this Thursday. You've probably seen a lot of the pictures on there, and I'm going to be posting a lot more. I'm going to go into as much detail as I can in regards to what I saw and what I can report on. The comic book story of the week is the Three Jokers. This is another one like last week that I want you guys more to go get than I am going to review it. I'm not going to necessarily review it for you. I'm going to give you some points about it that we'll touch on as far as like what drives the story and why I think the story is important, why I think it's good. The musical topic will be Oasis, is a mid-90s release, definitely maybe. Like I said this earlier this afternoon, it's in its own category. It's not grunge. Sort of alternative, somewhere in between, but more rock than anything else. That's what made Oasis special. And of course, it has the hit song Supersonic, which is, if you were alive during that period, you heard that song everywhere. And it's probably one of the better songs of that decade. But first off, we're going to talk with the chat. We're going to say hi to everybody. And then we're going to roll into our Pooh, Blood and Honey 2 segment with my interview with Eddie MacKenzie, who is Piglet this time around. But first, Chad, let's take us to a tour of the chat for everybody who made it here on time.
Excuse me. Pull the chat. So Spider-Man, of course, was there for the BVS watch party a few hours ago.
Oh, yes, we are talking True Detective 2. Spoiler. We're talking True Detective spoiler.
How's it going, Antonio? Clint, you were there too. I found you, man. How's it going, Bradley? Yep, fun screen with you too, Spider-Man. How's it going, Chappie? Hey, did you hear about the upcoming documentary about Dan? Oh yeah, that guy's kind of an asshole who's part of a lot of Nickelodeon stuff, including Good Burger. But yeah, he was kind of a prick behind the scenes to a lot of the cast and crew.
I cannot believe you actually know who worked on Good Burger.
Well, it's not just that, it wasn't just that he was a producer; he was also in it. He was playing the manager of the establishment too. So that's so he like I said, he was kind of he was an overseer of a lot of the 90s Nickelodeon shows like Kenan and Kel and all that. So he was fairly ubiquitous. But yeah, apparently was again kind of another one of these pricks behind the scenes, just treating people on set like garbage. So yeah, that's people putting their foot down to that. That sounds good to me. Today I'm doing fine. I'm supposed to be myself this afternoon. Oh, okay, well, glad to have you with us tonight, man. Bradley says, so I have not been a big fan of this season of True Detective, but I like this episode a lot, and I hope the next one lives up to it and ends satisfactory.
Yeah, I pretty much like the whole season. I mean, the last episode wasn't the best episode of the series, but this episode definitely makes up for it, and we'll go into that later on.
Clint's got a bit of a counter argument to that Dan Schneider thing. William, you guys know who the assistant sound editor in all these movies are you talk about? Well, again, if you're talking about specifically the Snyder movies, I mean, again, I think that's just a byproduct.
Good movies, good movies.
It's also a byproduct.
Good Burger is neither of those. So.
It's also a byproduct of just having to fight for years to see a movie released. You kind of people coming out of the woodwork and speaking about it, and fans developing connections. So it's like that. It's a little bit of a unique situation.
Yeah, if it's a movie I think is crap, like I don't know who the sound production was going to do with my car because the movie's trash. So, but yeah, good movies, yes, I do particularly know because a lot of the good movies that I watch, those guys get nominated for things. So, but yeah, Good Burger, no. If it's a shit movie, I barely know who acted in it. So sorry. All right, next one.
And he also he's talking about.
Okay, I'm already tired of talking about this guy.
Yeah,
I don't know who he is. I don't care who he is.
No, we're not. We're not doing. That's not gonna be our next watch party, Chappie. Although this guy, Dan Schneider, from the stuff that's coming about him, it's like feeling compelled to start likening him to Joss Whedon. So I guess there's a little bit of a connection there. Bradley, I like where he's talking about True Detective, where it's going. I predicted that the Mind and the police were in league. Let's see where it goes.
Yeah, hold off of that because I got to put my spoiler banner up before we talk about that because there's a lot of people, including myself, that forgot it was on last night. I had people reminding me that it was on. That's the only reason why I was able to, get back on it. But a lot of people still haven't watched it yet because they're probably used to it airing tomorrow. So I am going to put up when we get to that part of the show, I will put up the spoiler banner and give anybody a warning who still hasn't watched it yet so they can jump off.
Oh, Spider-Man, put that together as soon as they show the trailer for the season after the episode 1 came out, I figured out.
Well, whenever there's mining, they're the bad guys. Anything that has mining in it and any type of oil or anything like that, and there's an indigenous population, you automatically know that it's a mine or some type of evil. You might not know what the evil is, but you know they're fucked up. So yeah. But yeah, we'll get to True Detective in a little bit here.
Yeah, I think we're all caught up on the comments.
All right.
A little more. Are you a fan of Hollywood Reporter and Variety? No, I don't think William is. From
when they're putting out irrefutable news, yeah. When it comes to their opinion, I think they're about as useful as like I said, used toilet paper is what I consider them as. Because I could give two shits about their opinion, and a lot of the times their opinions are biased, which is fine. That's an opinion, but there's other times when it's irrefutable news, like they're saying that something is coming out, and we all know that's fact, and they're just giving their spin on it. But my problem with either of those is they tend to add their slant to their news. Instead of just giving me the straight up facts of what's going on, they gotta give me their opinion about it, and I don't give two shits about their opinion.
Yeah, one reporter in particular is kind of known for that recently.
Reporter in particular, and there's several of them, and like I said, and it's because they are they're competing with idiot online YouTubers and Twitter heads like us, and they're losing audience to them because instead of using your brain power to get your news from a reputable source, you go get it from the bonehead down the street who just happens to have a computer, and there's no editor for that guy. That guy doesn't have to fact check anything. But now because those people are absorbing so much of the audience, the once reputable trades have to keep up with the Joneses, and it you can see the effect that it has on them. So,
how's it going, Aaron? Brad, thank you guys for letting me know come on the stream this morning. Yeah, this morning is because it shows the time difference from Vegas to Archer. Yeah, it was great having you in for the BBS watch party, Aaron. Of course, she was also getting one-liners on me about all my raid excitement during the Martha rescue.
Yeah, I missed that, but I know I can only imagine how excited you were.
Oh yeah.
You guys end up playing it a bunch of times or something? Or
no, we just let the movie play through, but it was.
I thought you'd be like, I when I tuned in from the arena, I was like, okay, how many times has he ran the raid or ran the warehouse fight over again?
Oh, okay, but I mean, now having seen the raid, just the first one, I haven't seen the second one yet. But I mean, can you not see where people would like me would draw that comparison between the
yeah, I can see it.
So, good. That's all I need. That's all I need to know. But come on, it's like a setting like the raid or like the style of fight choreography of the raid. I mean, that's something that also suits Batman very well as a character. So I think we all agree on that. But okay, who else we got in the chat? Yep, we all had a good time during that stream. I had a little bit of trouble. It was my first time, kind of because William had to take off.
I thought I set it up so that you could end the stream, but apparently you can't see that end stream button up there.
Yeah,
so that. I was able to end it from the arena though.
Yeah, so it ran like about 10 minutes after we signed off, but
that's fine.
Oh, Brad needs his belief. Oh, I don't need my beliefs validated. I'm just pointing out the obvious. The similar, the Batman in a raid-esque martial arts fight.
You just made up a word.
Raid-esque.
Oh my goodness.
I was gonna ask Zach about that scene, but my mind was, are you talking about the BBS fight? Yeah, because again, it's like if I ever get the chance to speak to the man directly, I obviously would have tons of questions I would want to ask him, but that's one I would.
The only problem with being in that setting where we were in the other night is there's just a lot of chaos. There's a lot going on around them.
Well, there's also, of course, obviously other people have questions, and so you don't want to like suck all the time that he's got there, out of the room, but yeah, like I mean, in a perfect world, it would be we had a situation where, like, if we had Zach on the Sci-Fi Center, if we were both on the Vodka stream, the time when Zach is on, and just it's just kind of an open Q&A. And obviously, I would have tons of things I'd love to ask him about, whether about Rebel Moon, about Army of the Dead, about his DC movies. And one of the questions I would definitely, again, I mean, not that this I think would be like a big shocking revelation, but I would ask him my theory is that when you did the BVS Martha Rescue warehouse fight, the template for that was the Raid movies. Is there any veracity to that?
No, is that going to be like a if he said the what? I'm just saying if he said that, what would happen? Would you be like? But no.
Well, no.
No.
Well, A, I would think I would think he's just pulling my leg because he does do that to his fans. And B, I would say I would go to my backup position. Okay. Was it John Wick then?
Security. He's not with us.
And we were able to pinpoint the area of the raid where got. Yeah, exactly. Specifically in the drug lab fight scene in the raid, because it's kind of a similar setting to the warehouse. But yeah, that's something I would definitely love to ask Zach if I ever got the opportunity to. But of course, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't make that the be all and end all. But there'd be tons of things I would just love to kind of pick his brain about. And William got to do that a little bit last night. I mean, obviously not.
It was like I said, it was a couple of the comments. And like I said, things are so mass moving. And like I said, we were in a sea of people that were like bumping in and moving us around.
And again, it was a relatively, in terms of like the venue, was relatively small because it was, meant to be, it wasn't meant to be like a blowout, CinemaCon or Hall H event. You weren't supposed to talk about it at all until after it happened.
Me to be in there, but yeah, so there was just a lot going on, and then they were taking these group pictures and stuff with everybody. Like you saw that one that Brad posted.
Yeah.
The geek, the Netflix thing, liked our. They actually commented.
I saw that. I saw that. They commented on the.
They're probably how'd this guy get in? They probably rolled down my timeline and been like, who got him in? And who are those people with him?
Yeah, but of course, I mean, this is an event that was not supposed to be. The attendees were not supposed to speak about it until after it happened. So
yeah.
So I'm curious about like what the response when they showcase all of this tomorrow during the Super Bowl is going to be in terms of like the wider public, because it's going to be a little bit of a surprise to people when you get like new footage of Avatar, Rebel Moon.
I just realized that. That they're going to show all this to you. I'm assuming that you guys are going to get to see everything I saw.
William, he saw apparently a really cool fight scene from Rebel Moon, Scargiver, and some Avatar footage that sounds pretty awesome.
You guys can judge for yourself. Maybe because I was there, I feel a little bit different about it. But I thought that the scene it was a little scene that we saw was a kick-ass fight scene. And then the stuff I saw from Avatar Airbender, because I'd seen other stuff from it and I hadn't cared one way or another. But the stuff I saw there made me want to go ahead and see it. And then the three-body problems. But we'll go into that. One of the things I've been excited about for almost a year now, over a year, is once Pooh, Blood and Honey came out. As soon as I knew what was happening, before they were even done with it, I was stalking Jagged Edge Productions director and the producer about it, and we were on our way to getting it and interviewing them. Then the movie got released and it blew up. Then they got approved for another one, and budget was like 5 times. Then they started making Winnie the Pooh, and they started making their Bambi. They're starting on that one, and then they're working on Peter Pan. So they're rolling, but they were able to give us a handful of the cast members. And so I'm going to show you guys the trailer for Pooh, Blood and Honey. And from that point, we're going to roll right into it. It's a very rough cut. I did it yesterday, and I haven't had a chance. When later on, I'm going to upload it to the page, and it's and it's separate for them, so that you don't have to watch this 3-hour show to watch it. So that's when we'll edit it down and all that, and add the bells and whistles to it. But I just wanted you guys to see this right now as part of tonight, because I was really excited about it. So we're going to go ahead with the trailer first. I don't think I've shown. I may have shown Pooh, Blood and Honey. The trailer before, but who knows? You can never have too much Pooh. All right. Okay. All right, here we go. And then I will roll into the interview.
Oh, that little back and forth thing always drives me crazy whenever there's one in the room.
Let's begin. I'm going to take you back there. Feel all weight drift away. How are you feeling?
Good, I think.
Do you recall anything from the session? Focus. What is happening?
This was the day Billy was taken.
Them kids. They didn't stay buried. As if the earth itself was allowing this horror to rise up.
There's some unsettling similarities to the 100-Acre Massacre.
It's not safe. There have been loads of murders leading to Ashdown.
Tell me everything that you saw, please.
I knew that this day would come.
All of Ashdown will burn.
It's
Yeah, we
like
got a
they
date.
asked me. It's like they got into my head. Hold on, let me get out of there with that one.
Yeah. I did. I got in here and asked and saw all the triple D you wanted.
All 3Ds were in the trailer. You know, and I told this. I was talking to Eddie about this before we interviewed. You know, you're in the right spot when all 3Ds are checked off before I even see the movie, and it was the same thing as the last one. I mean, they were showing some of the kill scenes, so you're just like, I know this person's dead. You're just introducing them for me, just to me, you know, so I can see how artistically you slaughter them. So on that note, I was the very first person of this cast I was able to interview was Eddie MacKenzie,
aka Piglet,
and you're gonna once you tell him once you find out how you got the role, it's gonna be hilarious.
Okay, well, so here we go with that.
Here we go. So, like I said, this is a rough interview. It'll be polished off later, but I was really excited. I wanted you guys.
When did you talk to him again?
Yesterday afternoon, like right before. Yeah, right in between everything. I had customers. It was crazy. All right, here we go. Yeah, we just counted down. Hold on. I know Spider-Man's gonna make fun of my countdown. I don't care, Spidey.
How you doing? Hey, thanks for having me. Good to be here. How you doing? It's been great. I mean, this has been ever since the announcement of Blue Blood and Honey. I've been a card-carrying cult member. Ash, your director and your producer, I literally stalked them, and I apologize to you guys if you're watching this interview.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you guys for and Jagged Edge Films for making this happen. You're Piglet. How do you feel about taking up the legendary role in such a different and horrific way?
Oh boy, it's horrific. It's been an interesting time, I tell you. As somebody who is like, you know, a fan of Winnie the Pooh at the appropriate age, to now be portraying one of the characters in, as you say, a very different way is it's extraordinary. It's been a very weird time.
Now, how did you get the role? How did you just, you know, obviously the audition process, but were you into horror movies before, or is this your genre, or is this just, you know, something that came, an opportunity that came to you?
Well, it was an interesting one, really, because I didn't actually audition for the role. I think what happened was there was a casting call, and my agent just put me up for it, and they for whatever reason took a little look-see, and they went, that guy, that's our little wow, that's our little pig man. We want this guy. And I never spoke to them. I never did any auditioning for them. So it really is, it baffles me. I need to ask them sometime, really, why they thought I was the perfect piglet for the job.
Maybe not. Maybe you don't want to know. I don't know.
Maybe not, but I'll just be happy and be like, yeah.
Sure.
I kind of just rolled into the gig. It was very strange, but I'm not complaining. Very happy.
Hey, man, listen. I know we deal with a lot of independent stuff out here. We do a lot of promotion with Trauma, and then I know independent filmmakers that are out here. Just to make a movie like this and to get into a movie like this, there are guys that are going to be, waiting tables and doing other things their whole lives, and they may never get that role. So, congratulations on it. Like I said, I am more than excited. Now I'm going to bring up some images of. Now this is a piglet from the original Pooh Blood Honey. So there he is, chain around his neck, and this version was like very brutal. Very brutal. I enjoyed the whole boar look, chain around the neck, and like I said, the entire thing, and just imagining, even with the limited characters that they had to begin with, because they hadn't all fell in the public domain, I guess. And now we got Tigger coming up, we got Owl, and by the way, guys, Jagged Edge Films has made some of these people available to me, so we will be interviewing Tigger, and we will be interviewing Owl. And I'm just going to probably have as much fun there as I am in here.
Lovely guys.
Yeah, and then now they're now you have the updated version. It's a little bit more graphic, but I'm assuming this is a much more graphic movie because now we have you have a huge budget now. Huge, bigger than we had before the original one.
Oh, for sure. It's definitely bigger. I can't remember the exact figure, but it's better than, I think, 50 grand they made the first one.
Yeah, dude.
So it's
talk about profit margin, baby. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Woo!
Now, here is the new version. This is not the best picture in the world because I cut. This is part of the bigger poster that I'll post in there. But that's you. I mean, like I said, and that's you. It looks a little bit more graphic. Looks a little bit more. The makeup's a little bit more in depth. But that's you under all that. How long did it take for the makeup process?
So this was my first real experience of prosthetics of this level. I've had sort of the fake injuries and bits and pieces and stuff, but this was the full head prosthetics, and I think we got it down to the quickest was about an hour and a half. Was maybe the quickest we got it to, because it's the first one. Obviously, we saw the first one. That was just a mask that we pulled on. This was, I think, 3 or 4 different pieces, and so each piece needed to be glued on and then kind of molded and sculpted. So it took a while, and I was just sat there in the chair, kind of dozing off. I was having a great time, and the prosthetics people were amazing, and they were just working around me like. It was quite relaxing. I've got to say, it was kind of like a wee meditation. I was sort of just sitting there, like I felt like I was just like zoned out and just like chill, and they were just working away, and I'm just like.
Did you have to wear contacts? Because I'm looking at this picture. Your eyes are kind of glowing. Did you have to wear any contacts for this?
Well, no. I think that might just be they've done a little
artistic livery.
Yeah.
But
no, so it was, as you could see, I normally wear glasses. I had to go glasses free. But these are, I can see enough to be a spooky little pig man. But yeah, I think no contacts, but I think they wanted to see the eyes. They wanted them to be kind of like natural and exposed, and kind of like you saw with there's that great shot of Pooh in the trailer where his eyes open up and it's just and I think they wanted to keep that humanity behind the makeup, that they wanted to see that real kind of human element underneath these creatures. So yeah, no contacts. It was just a lot of silicon.
And that's a big. It looks like this is the biggest difference between the original and this one. With the budget, with the Pooh mask and the Piglet mask, it's now. And I'm assuming that Pooh is prosthesis as well.
Totally. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's a huge.
So he again was like individual parts because for kind of dialogue and stuff, they wanted to see all the movement and all the kind of facial expressions and all that kind of stuff. So just make it even more kind of raw and realistic. So it's incredible. I can't wait for people to see them in motion. You know.
Yeah, and I get a lot of heat because I have a rule for my movies. It's just all 3Ds, and the 3Ds are death, dismemberment, and destruction. Who Blood Honey gave me all those in the trailer.
Oh,
that whole thing, that was vicious. You know, so on the 3D level, you know, without spoiling anything, how much of an upscale, how much 3Ds can I expect in this one?
Well, it's
William.
it's gonna be bloody. It's gonna be a lot of all the deaths in the first one multiplied. There's so many more. Like the kind of tools that are used. There's like the imagination these guys have.
Well, they use the wood chipper. They use the wood chipper in the first one.
Like they go so much further. It just gets so out of hand, and you just reading the script. I was like, I don't know how they're going to pull any of this off, and then they.
Oops.
Sorry, it's a little bit of buffering here, guys, but just blame
Oh,
me.
is it buffering or?
It's just frozen.
Okay, hold on. I'll fix that.
Yeah, but just blame me like you always do, everybody.
Oh, wow. You're getting a complex about that, aren't you? Hold on. Gotta fix this. Hold on. No, because we haven't even gotten to the best parts yet. Hold on. Hit that one.
Well, I mean, we did get to that part, so.
Yeah. Oh, my God. I almost teared up. You can kind of see me getting misty-eyed there. But hold on. We're at 9:44.
Did he give before you because it just said coming soon in the trailer? Is there any kind of time frame when it's going to be out? Because I think we're about like a year or so from the first one.
Yeah, I asked him that too. So
Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna.
Okay, because they turn they turn this around pretty quick because they can. It's
Yep.
low budget. I mean, it's like stuff with they got they're able to knock these out in like a month and then have them finish post in just 3 or 4.
But he was very delightful, man. It's just I could have talked to this guy forever. It would have been all right with it. So here we go. All right. We're still frozen. Oh, come on.
Margin, baby. That's how you
There you
do it. Woo. Now, here is the new version. This is not the best picture in the world because I cut. This
Let's
is part of
pass that.
bigger poster that I'll post in there. But that's that.
Like the kind of so out of hand, and you just reading the script. I was like, I don't know how they're going to pull any of this off, and then they.
What? Why am I breathing?
Just reading the script. I was like, I don't know how they're going to pull any of this off, and then they.
Hold on. I'm determined to fix this. I had it playing perfectly, and of course, when we need to do it on the show. Hold on. We're at 9:14. Let's do it from here. I think it has to do with the transfer of the file, the transfer over the play from the device I'm using. So here, let's do this. And we'll just show it from here.
Aaron says the actor who plays Piglet has an adorable nature.
Yeah, I know. Let's try this. All right. You can go ahead and answer some questions from the chat while I fix this.
All right. Let's break out the maintenance. I need to fix it.
Oh yeah, I should have a screen for that, which is just like because it's. Hold on.
William is a regular learner of Malton this interview. He can use the show on Shutter.
Oh, okay. Hopefully, I won't have technical. Okay, it's the player. It's the player. All right. Hold on. Yeah, just stall for me, Brad. Talk about the raid.
Oh, okay. Well. I mean, have you
get back on topic then?
Have you guys seen the first one? We did the watch party. Have you seen the raid 2 yet? Because it's even better.
Oh, that watch party's coming. All right.
Well, and again, like another offshoot. I can also talk about like ones like Reborn or the Wrath of Vajra. Pretty endlessly, or the best franchise. So yeah, if you want me to shift focus to one of those, I certainly good. I'll be just as giddy and fanboying out on them.
Your level of excitement is just it's like a kid on a Christmas day. Boy, there's some of the thing I'm going to open it up with a different player.
Yeah, Reborn. That's another one we should probably because again, I've one thing I've said and written about with it is that A, it's like a Japanese John Wick, and B, it's like probably the closest thing we'll ever see to the Raid 3. So that's why it's particularly of those ones I just mentioned, it's particularly pertinent to the Raid talk. He's got another one, Tak Sakaguchi, who's the main guy in Reborn. He's got one coming up called 1%er that I'm really looking forward to.
So that sounds like a biker movie.
No, it's a Japanese action movie. Well, he's because you've seen the movie Versus, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's the unnamed prisoner protagonist in that.
Versus was trippy.
Yeah, Versus, and anybody who hasn't seen it, the best way I can probably describe it, and I have seen it described elsewhere this way, is it's essentially like Evil Dead meets Highlander.
That's the fairest description I've ever heard of that movie.
Yeah, well, as it involved these.
All right, here we go.
Okay, we got you guys don't hear the cliff notes.
The player won't interact with StreamYards.
Okay,
always fun. So what we're gonna do is this. Yeah, dude, StreamYards. If you're watching, fix your shit, please. My goodness, between you and I need you and I need Cox Cable to do the show, and you both guys like alternate fucking up. Stop. All right, so let's go. Enough of that, because it's like I said, we're about to get to the better part of the.
Yeah. Well, he's getting that up. Yeah, going back to Versus, what it is. This, and the cool thing about it too is that none of the characters are named in it. Not one character is actually named. That's actually kind of a nice, sort of unique attribute of it. But this prisoner, in Japan, he escapes, from being transferred, and he and his buddy, they end up in this forest, and kind of run afoul of some Yakuza guys there. And long story short, it turns out this forest has some supernatural properties to it. It's kind of like it acts as a gateway to basically to hell, and both the prisoner and the Yakuza guys, they come to realize, they're actually reincarnated immortals. So that's the long and the short of it with Versus, and they made it for I imagine probably like a tenth of the budget of Pooh, Blood and Honey.
No, I think they had to spend more on that. I mean, they only have $50,000 for Pooh, Blood and Honey. Hold on, I'm fixing this.
It says on Wikipedia the budget for Versus was $10,000.
No way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what it says.
They got their money's worth out of that.
Oh, they did get their money's worth out of it, because that movie is.
I mean, so did Pooh, Blood and Honey. I mean,
yeah.
$50,000. You can't.
Catering. Well, also that's. I mean, to be fair, that's also like back in like 1999 money. So you're not taking inflation into account. Inflation. So it's probably. You add inflation into it, it's probably a little bit more dead even between Versus and the Pooh, Blood and Honey movies, but yeah, it's pretty wild. So if you haven't seen Versus, that's pretty awesome.
If you like
Genre
Highlander,
mismatch.
I think you'll like.
Oh yeah. It's I almost look at again. It's very much like an Asian
mute
spin on
myself
Highlander.
again.
Oh, it's back up. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself again just to make sure. All right, here we go.
But this is part that I can edit out. If I pay all this money for StreamYard and it didn't give me the storage. I had to delete everything.
Cancel. Download. Show in folder.
Yeah.
But
no, so it was, well, yeah, as you can see, for people to see. Well, and I'm the same. Insane. It was all over the internet, of course. You've seen.
I knew that was coming.
Unless you're traumatized by ruining Winnie,
extraordinary. There's, I mean,
all right. Let's see. Hey, let's give this a shot. Ready?
Yep, let's go for it.
All right.
there's like the flaming chainsaw in the trailer. You just
it's
gonna blow minds.
Oh my goodness, that's what I wanted to hear. No taking any step back. I get a lot of heat because obviously this is a much loved Disney character, and I get a lot of, not only a lot of hate mail, but I get a lot of, how could you do this? How could you? That was my childhood, and part of me wants to say F your childhood, but at the same time, these were part of my childhood too. But I'm also a horror fan, and this, to me, it's entertainment. This isn't not going to change Winnie the Pooh that I grew up with. That's always going to be there for me. But I can enjoy this horror without. This isn't ruining Winnie the Pooh for me. It's like
Where's building H?
H building is you got to go all the way this way. Stay on the top floor, go all the way to the end, and turn right.
Okay. To those people that are traumatized by these films even existing.
Man, I'm the same. Like I said, I used to watch them when I was a kid. I loved Winnie the Pooh growing up. I had the book.
Now the sound's off.
Anything away from Winnie.
Yeah, there we go.
And I think the only way that it will traumatize anyone is like the school teacher who accidentally showed Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey to those kids last year. That kind of thing. That's where there might be some problems. But
can you imagine being that happen? Oh my goodness!
I mean, you talk about good publicity. That was just insane. It was all over the internet, of course. You've seen. But I mean, like that, unless you're accidentally showing kids these versions of the characters, there's no reason for them to be traumatized or involved at all. This is for grown-up people, grown-up fans of Winnie the Pooh, who are into, like you say, the 3Ds, and and who, freaks and weirdos who want some blood and guts and cool stuff, man. Like,
you just described me eloquently. You described me eloquently in a beautiful British accent. Thank you.
You're very welcome. That's what it is, I've seen what you're talking about. People going, "Oh, they're ruining my childhood," and like, I don't know. I think just you can enjoy both versions. That's what I think.
My childhood included the 3Ds because when I was 5, 6, 7 years old, I was seeing Halloween 2. I was seeing the Friday the 13th movies in the theater. I was seeing, because my dad was into these kind of movies when he was growing up, and there was always the context about we can watch this, but you don't do this. This is not real. This is movies and everything else. So I had that type of enjoyment and detachment at the same time. So my childhood cannot be scarred by this, because my childhood had Winnie the Pooh right here, and my childhood had Friday the 13th Part 3 and 3D over here. So I'm okay. But other people might have some issues. But I'm happy for you guys. I'm happy for Jagged Edge. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for everybody who was in the first one and everybody who was in the second one. I'm going to have all your information, all your IMDb, all your stats and everything are going to be in the description in this video. Eddie MacKenzie, thank you for coming on, and thank you for being part of what I hope to be many interviews regarding this soon-to-be classic.
Well, bless you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Needless to say, I was a bit giddy during that interview. That was fun.
No.
These are people who are legitimately having fun doing this. And very approachable people. Like I said, I can't wait to get Tigger on here. I might even if I can find a Tigger onesie, I might wear it for that interview. But that interview will be up on the channel in its entirety, and it's on separate form with all of his information, all of his hashtags, all the places you can find him. He's also does stand-up comedy in the UK, so he's got his own stuff there. And but yeah, I just wanted to get that to you guys so that you could see what kind of stuff we were doing when I'm not in front of you talking to you guys. We are talking to other outlets and stuff like that. And I think this movie's going to be pretty big. The first one was big, so like I said, I'm gonna have a lot of fun these next few weeks interviewing each of the primary characters. They've lined up pretty much the main meat of the cast for me. So, all right, let's hit the chat room.
Okay, I think I might have missed that part. Did he mention, because I stepped away for just a second?
They're working on March-ish.
March, yeah. Well, that's
March and April, yeah.
Okay, because that's right around the corner. So yeah, that's kind of a
So I'm thinking late March, early, but he couldn't give me an exact date, and they haven't nailed that down yet because there's a distribution.
Yeah, well, it's fickle. I mean,
Yeah. Well, plus you may not get they're I'm hoping we get more than what we got last time, where we got like just a couple of days. It was like a Fathom Events type of thing.
Yeah, it was at my theater for like one night.
Yeah, I'm hoping that because if it's that, we won't know the dates till a couple of weeks heading in. But if they get actual distribution wide release, then we'll know the dates, because the theaters will have to plan and let us know. So either way, I'm going to go see it. So did anybody have any questions? Like I said, I couldn't. This was a pre-recorded, so I couldn't.
Anybody got any questions?
Anticipated the questions you guys wanted. So there you go. All right,
let's see. I'm seeing a lot of things about craps for some reason, and blackjack. And you guys, I think they were kind of like shooting the shit while you were kind of dealing with the technical difficulties.
Oh, while we were dealing with my StreamYard issues. Pay all this money for StreamYards. I can understand that on the free one where the duck is in your upper hand corner and it's free and all the other, But I'm thinking, this is we're playing the top of the line, man. Hook me up.
Yeah. Let's see. We got a lot. There's a lot of conversation that I've.
Okay.
Just. I have always hated the Winnie the Pooh. The guy who voiced him, he irritated me.
Oh, from the cartoons.
Yeah. The guy who sounded like Christopher Robin.
I'm not wearing any pants.
Yeah. Numbers. Ask my two. Okay, let me see if I can find your questions or numbers. Where are you? I got to scroll back up to find those, man. Okay. Well, this has nothing to do with Pooh Blood and Honey. Okay. William, the movie Goldfinger returns 60 years old this fall. Could we perhaps do a watch party to celebrate 60th anniversary?
Possibly. We got a lot on the backlist, but possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
James Bond. I'm always down for James Bond. We just got to find time in the schedule to do this.
And he's also asking, hey William, look for next Friday SmackDown with Triple H Bloodline confrontation.
Yeah, The Rock is going to be there, so that's going to do wonders for that show.
Yeah, what's that going to be like now? I mean, just how much they keep just dialing up the intensity of this whole thing.
They got basically they have eight Raws and 8 SmackDowns to do it, and it sounds like a lot, but that's not really a lot because you also got other things going on in those shows too. That build up for the rest of WrestleMania. So it's But I'm looking forward to it next week. Definitely looking forward to it next week.
Piglet is going to steal a lot of hearts in this movie. Yeah, I'd imagine. I think so.
Yeah. Now, be careful though, because I doubt he's going to be that delightful. He's killing people.
When you say steal hearts, I mean, I think in this context, it means like he's going to carve people's chests open to pull the hearts out. He's going to extract them like Molaram.
But like I said, he had I doubt we're going to see this side of. I don't think we're going to see Eddie MacKenzie. We're going to see Piglet murdering Soin is what he's
Spider-Man said. People have spoken. Yeah, because we were talking a little bit during the BVS stream about which one we wanted to do next, and everybody's kind of well, did you have one pit? Because I think a lot of people were saying 300 was kind of where they wanted to go next.
No, it was either going to be Man of Steel or that we can do that.
Okay,
but we're going.
Yeah, because I think it was Spider-Man to mention. Yeah, they kind of have a little bit of like a breather between each of Zach's DC movies, and and especially because I mean, since we started with Rebel Moon and then ZSJL, I mean, the just the synchronicity of like the beginning of his career to now is all over the place. So it's like we're not even like adhering to any strict order or chronology.
Nah, we're just doing whatever the hell we want.
This is Sparta. Yes, it is Sparta. He did it. People don't catch up. By the way, nobody catches like in the beginning of Man of Steel. He does a callback to that when Jor-El tells Zada when this is madness. And it's like in the theater. I'm watching that thing. It's like madness. This is Krypton. Well, I mean, that's like, and that was God. That was. I remember that going viral so much. Leonidas kicking the dude and the Persian emissary into the bottomless pit. That was just all over the place.
I wonder if it has a bottom.
Well, he said you'll find plenty of earth and water at the bottom. So I mean, it's got to. I mean, did they carve it all the way to the center of the earth? I don't know, but and then a year later we get that god awful Meet the Spartans that just has its own pit scene.
And they're kicking everyone in there.
They're kicking like the American Idol people, and they're kicking Dane Cook, and there's no sense. This is why I went on that spoof rant a couple nights ago, guys. Okay, because there
were people leaving comments for you about that too.
Yeah, they all suck. They all suck. If
Hot
you guys want
to, is Brad angry at Hot Shots too?
No, I'm not. No, those are good. No, I'm talking about like from Scary Movie on. Like that's the trajectory of spoof movies, parody movies these days. They all are terrible. There's no focus. There's no rhythm. There's no, there's no comedic timing to it. It's it's all just scatological, just bullshit. And yeah, if you want to hear like my like the inverse of my Raid fanboyism, ask me about spoof movies. There you go. I have not seen I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker.
I saw that.
I have not seen that. So
it's one of those family movies I was outvoted. So
question with the Ultimate Universe release of Marvel Comics, specifically Black Panther. Have you sold out of those comics every time you get them restocked, William?
We never got them because everybody got shorted. Marvel and Penguin Random House, whoever did the distribution, they lost 1,000. So that fucked a lot of people. And then a lot of what I'm finding out is not any stores that I know of, but I'm hearing that a lot of store employees at some of the bigger stores are just taking them and marking and buying themselves and marking them up. Like I could cross the nation, and because I've seen the price for Ultimate Black Panther #1, I saw a price for $60. It hadn't even come out yet. Somebody had already marked it up, and I really hate that. I understand it's a business. I'm in the business, and you want to make money, you want to make your profit, you want to make your money back. But at the same time, the biggest problem that we have right now when it comes to comic books is keeping new readers and keeping the people in the game. And when you price something like that, I mean, a standard issue that comes out, when you price something like that, you're immediately taking that median customer out of the game. Yeah, well, we can make a lot of money. You should be happy to make a lot of money. I'm going to make my money if my customer trusts me not to rip them off. That's how I'm going to make my money. Yeah, I could make $60 off of I could double and triple and whatever the price is, of some of these books. And if I have to, like, say if I go out And I let a customer know, if I go out and pay this kind of money for it, this is what I have to charge you. And they're okay with that. And if they know that if I have to go out on second market, that's different. Then you have to do it. But when it comes straight to you, when it comes straight off the press and they're already going at 50, 60 bucks, yeah, I'm happy you made like 100, 200% profit or whatever. But the reader is like it's a finite resource, especially in this day and era of comics. Yeah, I can make 60 bucks off of them for that one time he comes in, or I can consistently make money off of them on a weekly basis because they trust you not to rip them off and not to gouge prices like that. You're going to, I just my part, every store's going to do it different. I guess there's no wrong way. I just know as a collector and as somebody who came into the business, that continuity between you and your customer, I always say continuity is cash. And I never want to do something that makes a super quick buck like that, and then I don't see that person again. I would rather treat that person okay, get them that book for a decent price if I can, and then just continue to get them back. Do you want to sell one issue of Ultimate Black Panther for 60 bucks, or do you want to sell 10, 15, 20 issues of Black Panther, however many over the course of years and keep that customer? I just don't like what's going on when it comes to these prices. And a lot of it is the online market, the eBays and everything else. And, I'm seeing some of the same things that happened in the 90s when the speculator buyers came in and started doing that. But the only thing about the 90s is they overprinted, being compensated. So I hope that doesn't happen here to where we print a bunch of garbage issues that lower the value, because then they're not collectible. You want the customer to be able to buy it for the normal price, and then it become valuable after that, not for it to just come right out of the chute and not be affordable. So I'm not real happy about how that's going down. So that's just me personally. There's no right or wrong way to do it. I guess that's just the way I roll. So yeah, the Ultimate, it really particularly pissed me off about these last two, Ultimate Spider-Man and then Ultimate, and it's going to be the same. Like as numbers 2 and 3 and 4 come out, they'll increase the print run and the demand will go down, and it'll be affordable. But right now, if you have wanted to get into that, you have to get it on digits, or you have to wait for a second and third printing. And those, because the second and third printings are variants of those are going to be sought after. So you might have to wait till trade paperback, which kind of sucks. But next one.
Let's see. Number 6 very well said. Oh god, Taylor Swift just landed in LA for her show in Japan ahead of schedule tomorrow's Super Bowl.
She did what?
Taylor Swift just landed in, for the Super Bowl, and I got it. And yeah, we can only hope that Kanye doesn't interrupt her this time.
I don't think they're gonna let Kanye on the
Speaking, a little bit of a quick joke side story. I saw on Twitter recently. There was one of those kind of graphs where somebody puts together like a collage of celebrities, and you set up, okay, you're connected to them in this way. And what it was they put the month, they put a month of the year, with each next to each famous person. They said, okay, whoever is in your birth month, you're their PR manager now. So I got Amy Schumer, but then I looked at of course, my friend Adrian down in Mexico City. Hi, Adrian, if you're watching. She's, of course, my friend I tease constantly because she's a Marvel fangirl who wants to leave, but she can't because they keep announcing things that excite her. But I tagged her and I said, oh, I guess you're quitting after day one. And her birthday is in October, and she got Kanye West. She said, no, I'm not taking that job to be his PR manager. And I replied and I said, actually, I think I probably cash the first check and just split, because that's got to be such a good, because it's like you're going to give him PR advice he's going to ignore anyway. You might as well make a quick buck out of it.
Yeah, I mean,
and I mean, it's like my PR advice to Kanye would be, that part in Kindergarten Cop where Arnold shouts to the whole class, "Shut up!" But let's see what else. Why is it forever etched in your brain? That movie is horrible. They're all guys. Spoof movies from Scary Movie on, they all suck. They're all terrible. They're all lowbrow. Not one of them is any good. Okay, they're all bad. They all suck. They're all the cinematic equivalent of baby food. Not even that. They're the cinematic equivalent of soiled diaper.
Damn.
They all suck. They all suck. They all suck. You have to listen to me on these things, guys. And you know who is listening to me on some of the stuff, by the way, is Aaron, because she just started on Legend of Korra,
So
and that was a smart decision, Aaron, because Legend of Korra is also awesome. Yeah, but that's what do you think of Legend of Korra so far, Aaron? And that's slightly longer than Avatar. It's one's well, how many? I need to look at how many episodes Legend of Korra had, but it had 4 seasons. Avatar had 3, but they might be like about dead even in terms of episode count. But Legend of Korra,
what's the new Airbender one called? What's the new one that's coming out that
the one Avatar: Last Airbender? It's based on the first show. Legend of Korra. That's a sequel series to Avatar. It's what it is. It's like it takes place about 70 years later. And it's focusing on the next Avatar after Aang.
Shows you how much I know about it. I have no connection to that show whatsoever. So we are going to let's see.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You guys could chortle all you want to, but I know what I'm talking about here. Okay.
That's funny. Hold on, I'm trying to rearrange something so that we can talk True Detective without somebody just coming right into the show. Like, what are you reading? I'm like, yeah, because it's going to be awful and hard to talk about this without spoiling it. But here we go. Did you watch True? You don't watch the show, do you?
No, unfortunately, I have not taken that. But I'm not too precious about spoilers, so you don't have to really tiptoe around me too much like that. Chappie asks, we will definitely get to this topic later on in the show. Sure, but it's about
I can answer that right now. Yes. He's asking you. Okay.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I say because I'm sure that'll be like a big topic when we have the panel and all that, and it's like I don't want to take up too much oxygen on the show. We're trying to get other topics right now, but I mean, William, of course, gave his thoughts on it last night. I mean, and I kind of rather save my because I'm still I'll be honest, it's like hearing a lot of what Williams had to say and a lot of other people had to say. I'm kind of in some ways I'm a little bit because I definitely have a lot of sympathy for the people involved with it because they are in a very bad situation. But it's just go ahead and wait till we get to the kind of open mic portion of the show, and we'll kind of dive deep into that. But we'll get to that, Chappie.
All right, so True Detective episode 5 was sort of tragic. So we're talking. So let me put my little spoiler banner down here too, in case the big red sign isn't enough. I just want to make sure. So right now we are talking spoilers for True Detective episode 5, season 4. So right now, while this is up on the screen and while that's scrolling down the bottom, we are talking spoilers. When we're done talking spoilers, I will take the spoiler alert sign off, and then I will stop the spoiler alert scroll down at the bottom. So if you want to mute right now or you want to speed ahead, if you're watching this and on the replay, which a lot of you are going to be because it's Super Bowl weekend, you can just speed past it. When you see this disappear, that's when it's safe to go back in the water again. So episode 5 starts out with a violent protest. The indigenous population are just going to town on the mine. And it just gets violent, and Liz actually her daughter gets whacked over the head with a billy club, and then Navarro comes in and beats the shit out of another trooper, and I don't know how she got out of that, but no jail, no nothing out of that. Liz ends up having her daughter arrested because she thinks she's gonna get herself killed and all this stuff. But that leads to a meeting between the captain, who's basically the 8th Doctor or the 9th Doctor from Doctor Who, Destro, and the mine owner, a dead ringer for Julianne Moore. And they're going back to the camera footage of last episode when her and Navarro were at that area where they found, they were looking for the opening of the cave, that the drug addict was telling him about. And he's in here as well. This is so the autopsies come back, and they have determined by means of bullshit that these men died of just freezing to death.
By means of bullshit. I love that.
Yeah, and she calls it bullshit right in front of them. But they're basically trying to get the cases over with. And obviously the owner of the mine, the redhead, is not too happy with Liz because she fucked her husband. So you got that. She fucked everybody, but she got that. And then so they basically get into a fight and screaming match, and then she leaves because she just can't take Liz anymore. What ends up happening is, so the captain, her boss, he reveals that he knows, if you guys have been watching, about the whole murder-suicide thing that Navarro was involved in. It wasn't a murder-suicide. They basically killed that guy, and they framed it up to make it look like he killed himself. Parker, the young cop, put it together, and his deadbeat dad snuck into his computer and got that information to the captain. So he basically tries to use that as leverage for her to leave the case, because otherwise he'll expose it and they can go to jail. But the mine owner, the chick, they've gotten really close to what's about to go on. What they're about to find where the murder was at in the cave and everything, all this stuff like that. So she has this meeting with the cop, her Pryor's dad, and she says, she's using the drug dealer or the heroin addict that they found last week. He's going to be able to find that, where this location, and we can't find that. And she's basically implying that you need to kill him. He's a heroin addict. Bad things happen to heroin addicts. And, but he's got a history where he's done some shady shit that she has over him. So she's basically implying that you need to kill him. And if you kill him, you'll be chief of police, because they're going to just get rid of Liz too. So I'll get right to the shocking part of it. Is so she goes, Liz is dirty. The drug addict from last episode is not going to give her any information until he gets his fix on heroin. So she goes to steal heroin. Of course she does. I mean, what is she? Is she Rampart Division in the 90s? She goes and she gets some heroin from the evidence room and gets him high. And so he plays along. She takes him out of the little attics, the little lighthouse that the other sister was in. She takes him out, and then they got the map, and he's about to tell her. And then the cop breaks in. Pryor's dad breaks in, and he's about to, he's going to take him. He's like, I've been ordered to take him. And she realizes that's bullshit because of the way he's acting. And obviously he starts spilling the beans about stuff, and he pulls his gun, and he's about to shoot the drug dealer. And then he does, shoots him twice. And then his son comes in with his gun drawn. Old dad points the gun at her because it's all fucked up now. And he's reluctantly involved in this. And then right before the shit really goes down, he looks at both of them and says, "You know what? I didn't kill Annie, but I just moved the body." And then he looks over to his son and says, "You know what? Blood is blood. I'm your blood." And then he's about to shoot Liz, and Pryor shoots his father. Everybody who's watched it, and I know Clint was watching before me. Everybody who's watched, that was the oh shit moment. And the way it goes down, I can't give it the justice. The intensity and the way this was shot and the way it was ramped up was more than the actual wording of the scene. I can tell you that so-and-so shot so-and-so, but if you saw that scene, you understand the intensity that I'm talking about, and the oh shit moment that went down. And after that, Parker tells them they need, Pryor tells them, "This is mine. I got to take care of this." And he's going to get rid of the body and all that. And they're going to go out to this place where Annie was apparently killed. And that's where the episode ends. That's just a bare bones explanation of it. You have to see this episode if you were watching this show. Everything was ramped up to the point you felt something awful was going to happen, and you just didn't know what. And when it did, it was like, oh, wow, okay. I feel bad for the father, and he's a scumbag, but he was empty. And he just got caught up in the same shit that everybody in that town was caught up with the mine. Influence, money, all that stuff. They built him up as a sympathetic character. When his mail order bride doesn't come in, he's standing there with that teddy bear, and all his money that he's given her is gone. And you just feel the emptiness in that guy. And then there are points throughout the show where he's trying to connect with his son. Now, you could have a piece of shit here and a piece of shit here, a good guy, bad guy, doesn't matter. The father and son, the family dynamic is always going to be there. And it was there. And you kind of saw at points where they were connecting and they weren't, and now they're never going to get a chance. And they built up that intensity. This was the best episode of the series for me. This more than made up for episode 4. Episode 4 was kind of like a mud slog trying to get through. This episode was not. You knew something was awful. Oh, and it opens up with the detailed cremation process of Navarro's sister that killed herself in the last episode. So that's what it opens up. Before you even get to any of this other shit, it opens up with a cremation. And that, I mean, I know people who've had relatives cremated and all that. And I know some people who are watching that and have had that and been through that process or had that process, that touched them. This one was just intense from the beginning all the way to the end. And like I said, that oh shit moment was like, whoa, okay. Guess we're making up for lost time because we only got one episode left. Good thing about this show is all the episodes are an hour or longer. Like this episode was an hour and 5 minutes, and they're all long episodes. And some of it is credits, but a lot of it's the meat of the show. And I personally have thoroughly enjoyed this show. It's weird in a way they haven't explained, whether the hallucination, everything else, but obviously the mind has something to do with it. There's all kinds of stuff. I'm still guessing it's the water. For everybody who's guessing that, the cop, the senior cop had something to do with it, you were right. But that one was kind of an easy one. But I didn't expect them to have the son take his head off. I mean, that was something. So I'm going to keep the spoiler alert up. So we're going to go ahead and answer some questions about that one, or if anybody wants to talk about that. Now we just hit those. And like I said, I'll take the spoiler alert now when I think we've gotten through enough of that discussion.
All right. So
wow. And like I said, I needed a cigarette after this episode, and I don't smoke. That's how intense it was for me. So yeah.
Well, before we get into that real quick on a topic of a different TV show, as we go, it'll take me long to watch it. Okay. Well, good to hear it because it's like
my momentum.
Well, just keep me updated, Aaron, with your Legend of Korra journey because
you're like I'm Maverick and you're Goose, and you just decide, you know what? What's this eject button do?
Exactly. No, I'm Iceman. It's like you could be my wingman anytime.
It's like I just gave him all that, and you went like, but Airbender.
Okay. So William, what do we think on Theory Test? What's your theory?
No, I don't know anymore. I thought I was on it. I thought I was going to be able to piece it together. I knew the mind people, but that's no spoiler. The mind, obviously, whenever you have anything with indigenous population and people mining, the mind people are the bad guys. They're going to be the pieces of shit because they're poisoning people. But another thing in this episode is she revealed that the people, the part of that research lab is part of the people who come up with the testing and the stats from the testing saying everything is safe. So there's a conflict of interest there. So the mind, we always knew the mind from day one was crooked and just, but she's an outright murderer. That bitch is like, fucking kill him. And obviously Annie's dead. So she's probably involved in that. She's definitely involved in that. So you're probably going, it's her. It's her. You know who the culprit is. The who is no longer a factor. It's the how and the why. That's it. You kind of know why, but not necessarily with those. You know why Annie was killed, but it's connected. Oh, and those rocks and the spirals. The spirals on the rocks. There was a guy that came in with one of those rocks in the shoulder. When we saw these rocks, we knew to run away because they put those rocks where the ice was thin so that you wouldn't fall into the caves when the water froze over. So that's what those spirals are. And they go all the way back. So yeah, there's a lot to intake. You almost have to like watch it and then get back to it. And then, like I said, watch some of these YouTube shows that have done an excellent job of breaking this down. I should probably put some of the links in there tomorrow night, but tomorrow night's when I usually watch these shows, but it came on Friday so that they could avoid the Super Bowl. Obviously, because HBO Max doesn't, they don't want to have, low viewerships on their live number. That's the last thing WBD needs. But yeah, that's my theory. My theory is shot because I already know it's the mind lady. I just need to know why and how. because why are these people hallucinating? Why are they so subjective? Like, Navarro at the beginning of this episode walks out into the ocean and almost dies. And Rose, the old lady, she catches her. She's like, why are you walking out in the ocean? And that's what her sister did. So something is causing these people to be something that my theory is this: something is in the water, but it affects each individual differently. So if you got issues, those are the issues that the water is going to bring out. Oh, and there's another scene. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place with this. I'm all over the place this week. There's a scene where Navarro goes in and she's they're showing her it's like a little mortuary type of thing where all the little baby coffins are, and it's all these babies that have died from infant mortality because of the water. And it's like a room full of little baby coffins. And one of the dates said 12/23, 23, born 12/23, 23 died. And it was like, it's shit like that in this episode that's like just gripping. It's like every specter of death in this episode. It's like you were sitting watching this episode with the Grim Reaper. He's like got his popcorn, he's got his cigarette, and you're like looking at him in the episode because he's like, death is literally the thread that binds this episode from beginning to end, literally. And that's what they're telling you. These shows, these HBO shows, have a lot of symbolism to them. This episode was death. That's what this episode was, and it was brilliantly done. Jodie Foster needs an Emmy for her performance in this. I want to choke her. She's supposed to be the heroine type person, the hero, but she's just done so much awful shit that's like she's fucked everybody. She staged a murder. Her and Navarro literally killed the guy who, like I said, had beat the shit out of his girlfriend. Was constantly doing it, and then finally he killed her. And they're like, time for you to go too. You can relate to them, but you're like, you guys are the cops, and you're just dirty on every level. But they're the people who are going to be the ones to solve this case. They're just, But yeah, I enjoyed this episode. But my theory is the water is affecting them in distinct ways. Each individual is going to have issues with the water, and whether pertinent to what their problems are. So that's my theory. Other than that, I don't know what the hell's going to happen in episode 6. They need more time. So, all right, next one.
Okay, let's see. It's Bradley says as soon as he shit over all his rednecks with guns for the search, something was off with him.
Yeah, and plus his position and who he was. It's you have these prototypical people who are always going to be, that guy, and he turned out to be that guy and a much more. But like I said, he's dirty, but the whole town is dirty. But it was the fact that the loneliness of him. And I never got the sense that this was a piece of trash. And they made sure that you saw that when Pryor came down. I don't know why I keep calling him Parker, but when he came down because his wife kicked him out of the house because Liz just basically runs him into the ground and working all the time. He wants to visit his dad, and his dad's in there playing music, and there's so much heat between them sometimes that they cannot connect with each other. And then, so you see that relationship. He doesn't have that relationship with his son, and he doesn't have a relationship with the woman. The woman ripped him off was fleecing him for money. And then he has a situation where he's part of this whole thing. So yeah, he did some shit, but I just felt like I knew something was about to happen when he turned to Parker. And he just basically admitted that, he was part of the situation and he's murdered. He didn't kill her, but he's part of it. And why are you telling somebody that? And he reluctantly went to kill that guy. He just didn't seem like he was an outright murderer, but there was so much, that chick had so much on everybody that he basically he was compelled to do it. And to be gunned down by his own son like that, but he had to. He was literally about to shoot the chief. He was going to kill her. And he was basically leaving up to his son, I have to kill her or, this whole thing blows up. And you will have to kill me to stop me from killing her. And that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. But yeah, it was an intense show. I love this season. I don't know if it's the best season yet. I have to see how they land the plane next Sunday. But from what I've seen, I'm more engaged in this one than I have been in any of the other previous seasons. So, all right, next one, guys.
All right, William, what do we think is going on with Pryor? Will he kill himself?
I don't think he'll kill himself. I don't know what's going to happen with Pryor. I don't know if he gets killed. I don't know if anybody who's holding these secrets is going to make it out of this episode. And he's holding a huge secret. He just killed his dad. Regardless of how he feels about him, he played the cop in order to save someone else's life, and he had to kill his father. And now they're going to be, they're hiding the body because there's no way. If you look at the previews, there's no way for them to explain this. What was he doing there? What were you doing there with a suspect or a person of interest that you just got heroined up? So it's a mess. But I don't know what's going to happen with Pryor. I think he may end up getting killed, but who knows? I think he's probably going to end up getting killed. He doesn't look like a character that's going to have a happy ending. I don't think any of these people are going to. I don't know who's going to survive. By the way, guys, we not slightly off topic, but it's always on the brain. The fundraiser is still open. You can still donate today. You can still help us get to 7,000 somewhat soon. So there you go. Right now we are still at 6,750, which is a good number. But hey,
we're going to look at 7,000 as soon as we can. But next question: I have an idea about the true detective. The kid Cobb might be the killer. He got rid of someone who could finger him.
Well, I thought about that too, but then why would his dad come and make that kind of confession? He would have already known. Or you could be right, Clint, in that he did not know. Yeah, that he did not know that his dad knew. You can come in. Yeah, I'm open. You can come in, take a look around. I love that watch.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm on YouTube right now. See, say hi. You want to say hi? Or
Yeah.
say hi.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
Hey, let me show him your watch.
I mean, it's not that bad on me, Sam.
Nah, yeah, I'm gonna have to trade that watch for some comic books. We'll talk. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, you're right. His dad may not have known what his dad did. So you could be right on the money, Clint. Nothing would surprise me right now. Nothing would surprise me right now. But yeah, next one. Okay. All right, guys. Almost had me a cool watch, man. I was gonna do some variants for a trade. William, we never had a scene with the villains plotting together in previous seasons of too obvious, maybe. In other words, a red herring. Possibly, because like I said, yeah, I don't know who the villain. I know who the main villain is, but there's other people in between. I can't. I have to watch the episode again, or I'm gonna have to like I said, watch one of those detail shows that gives you the breakdown. Because like I said, there's people out there that are breaking this down to the molecule, and I haven't had a chance to watch them yet. But Clinton, I think you're onto something there. I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're onto something there, because that would make sense for the father to look at him like that and be like, he looked directly at him. I didn't kill her. And that's kind of a call to, I know it was you type of situation. So if I don't kill her, she's going to blow the lid off of this thing that I know you did, and you're my son, and I'm trying to protect you. That's as sound as theory as any. That's a good one. Wait, I don't know. I think there's a twist here, and that may be the twist, but I think there's a twist here. But I like I said, I'm enjoying the intrigue of it. All right, next one. I did like this episode best, but I will say there are consistent issues I have with it, like generic dialogue and cringy performances and moments with some great. You know what, dude? I have to. I guess it's all subjective. I loved every performance in this episode.
I'll grab that, man.
Oh, I didn't even know you were gone. Sorry. I didn't. I was just talking. I'm gonna have to. Like I said, it's all subjective. I think that every single person in this episode drove this episode. they all had to be great in order for this episode to stick with me like it did. I actually think that all the performances so far, the dialogue is generic, yes, but for me, in a way that I don't mind, because it's the obvious stuff and it's the metaphorical stuff that they've really nailed. The dialogue comes secondary to the symbolism and everything else. Like the way they opened this episode with the cremation. Like I told you, they wanted you to know that this episode, the thread of this episode, more than any of the episodes, is death. It starts with death and it ends with death. And everything in between is about the death that's already happened. Those baby coffins like that, everything in this show was literally about mortality. Like I said, the only guest star that was missing was literally the Grim Reaper with this guy in the black cloak. That was all you were missing from this episode. So they could have just titled the episode Death, and it would have been appropriate. So I think a lot of the dialogue, it's generic, but it's there to support the visuals. But like I said, that's a fair statement, Bradley. Next one. Did you leave again, Bradley? Here, I'll hit one up then. Did you mute yourself? He's probably watching the raid. All right, let's see. Where was he? Let me scroll down. Hi, Larry. How you doing? Oh, I'm way down. Hold on. Oh yeah, that was Blood and Honey. Yeah. I mean, you know, when the girl's gonna be put into the wood chipper, just her top comes off for no reason. But yeah, it helps. So you guys are having. All right, I'm gonna go down. Okay, let's see.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay. How you doing, Mighty Drax? I don't know, man, because it looks like they're getting in that car after they leave him, you know, to clean up the body. It looks like they're going right to that cave. They're going, and they're in the cave. If you look at the previews, because by the way, guys, when you're watching these and it shrinks your screen to go on to feed you the next line of shit that they want you to buy, expand the screen again because there's previews after that. And I didn't realize that at first, but and they're in the caves. The previews show them in the caves where she died, and they show all these bones and stuff in there, and then they show Liz falling through the ice. So but yeah, they rearrange those things. But yeah, I don't think there's going to be any time jump at all. Yeah, that was that. Yeah, you're a cop. I don't care if you're a small time Mayberry cop. You got a dude that you got juiced up on heroin in your crib, and you got the loaded weapon just laying there. You know, and granted, it was another cop that grabbed him. That's when she realized that he was dirty. But like I said, what Clinton brought up is really, like I said, and if that's the case, if he was just trying to cover for his son, and that mind lady knows that, he becomes even more of a sympathetic figure. Yeah, he made mistakes, but what father wouldn't have protected his son in that situation? If that's the case. So, but I think if it is the kid, if it is Pryor, it's a killer, and that's as good a guess as any, then his father knew about it, and everything he's done to this point would have been to protect his kid for the most part. So, yeah, that was bad. That was bad. All right. Let's see.
It was like criminal.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go back to that. I didn't know you were hitting.
It just feels like Criminal Minds level writing sometimes, or some other Shane Network or crime show. Don't get me wrong, I love Criminal Minds, but it feels weird and true that it's all bad though.
Yeah, it's different. This is the most unique season that they've done with the show. So let's see. Pryor lost his marriage and killed his father while covering up a crime after accidentally leaking information info. I think he's going to kill himself. Well, that could be his ultimate end. Plus, like I said, if Clint's right and he's the killer, then he has no reason to stay on this air. You know. So yeah, look at that. Everybody's like, yeah. Let's see. All right, so we are done talking True Detective. So please, in the chat, don't put out any spoilers or anything like that. No more True Detective questions, so that way people who have muted us, and especially in the ones that are rewatch us, they can now be safe to know that we are no longer talking True Detective. We may talk a little bit more about it tomorrow. Tomorrow night doing the post-game show, the post-Super Bowl show, but right now it is now safe to go back into the water. So there we go. So the next topic I'm going to run in is going to be, come on, dude, something's jammed up with StreamYard today. It's not reacting to, I think that might have been your problem. You might have had an issue because it just wasn't reacting. It wasn't reacting to me on remote when it usually does.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it wasn't all you. It was just StreamYard. Because that interview, I tested that interview out. You know what I mean? I tested that out. So, and I knew it was working. So StreamYard has bugs. And then you know what they do is they'll send you an email. Oh, we're sorry about that issue you had. I'm like, well, can I get some money back? And then they'll be like, yeah, no. All right. So we covered True Detective. Let's cover My Little Adventure this weekend here. Let me pull up all the pictures and stuff that we took. And let's see. Yeah, it's good Instagram. Like I said, I'm still, but I just attended a live wrestling event, AEW Collision today, and that's where I was in the middle of the day, and I just got back before we launched the show. And so yeah, this has been a very, very busy weekend as far as like, you know, the cooler things happening. All right, and so let's go to my profile here. So some of these you guys have already seen on our social media, but I'm going to show you the ones I posted. I still have more to post, but let's come on now. So it was okay. So today's StreamYard doesn't want to work. Hey, let's show you my wrestling pictures first. Let's do this. Now this was I'm just going to show you some of the random pics I took tonight, since they're going to lead me into the pics that we took from the Netflix event. So here's Edge's interest. Probably get taken down for the sound, but come on. You all right?
Oh yeah, I can hear that.
Oh, you're dying right there.
Is that a little bit more of that wind out here on the?
You're outside again?
Yeah, Saturday nights I always take it out outside.
So I was sitting in a good part of the crowd there. So yeah, that's the entrance. That's Edge's entrance in his pyro. Our little mascot from our hockey team was there tonight. He got beat up. It was funny. He was doing a dance with the one of the villains, and the villains just beat him up. And then one of the heroes came out and saved him. It was kind of a cool thing. This is a card. You could buy your own cardboard Sting for $40. And then there's a belt. I'm in the belts, but $850 for that one there, and then $100 for a figure. But no, never buy anything on a wrestling event. That's John Moxley. That's where I was sitting. That's how good my seats were this time around. And then that's when FTR came out and challenged him. This is I see. I don't know why it doesn't go. Come on. Come on. That's Claudio Castanero. So that's their entrance. All right, so like I said, it's skipping because of StreamYard, but that's when the night first started. We had a Ring of Honor first. It's a pretty good setup. This is at the Dollar Loan Center where our minor league hockey team plays. So it's a smaller venue. They had seats available, but it's Super Bowl weekend, and this was in Henderson. This wasn't in Las Vegas. I'm surprised they had anybody tonight because there's just so much going on in the mainland city. It's weird that they planned this on the Saturday when there's UFC over here and there's just all kinds of stuff happening everywhere. And they even said that at the end of the we know you guys have a lot of entertainment choices, so thanks for bringing us. But yeah, there's the ring set up and everything else. So let's see. That's Aaron. Aaron on the kangaroo. Dude, this one was cool. 90s me loved this one. Gen 13. This is one of the big image books that came out in the mid 90s. Scott Campbell, who's one of my favorite artists. He does a lot of the facsimile covers now. This was his baby when it first came out. And Wildstorm has since been absorbed by DC because when Jim Lee came along, that's what happened. But yeah, this is a throwback to that. So that was cool. This was Avengers Twilight, another book that's come out and gotten inflated, but I'm going to try to keep it at a decent price now that I got a few of them back in. This was cool. This was I think I put it up here. Did I put it up here? Yeah, it's right here. This was these are the facsimile covers that they're coming out with. I got a few of them. This is Amazing Spider-Man 252. This was the first black costume appearance in Amazing Spider-Man. It had appeared in Secret Wars 8 already, but this was the first time that it was actually in the comics. So Amazing Spider-Man 252 that came out in 1984, they reprinted it. But when they reprint these comics now, they're reprinting them with all the ads and everything that are in them. So whatever ads and stuff that were running and letters that were in there in 1984 is exactly what's in the comic. So I think that's cool because a brand new collector is not going to be able to afford this issue, but I can get, they're not going to, this issue is probably running about 150 maybe, if not two. But a brand new customer, a kid can pay $5. He gets into that same story. When he gets his job and gets his money, he can get the original, but right now he gets this in his hand. So I love what they're doing with these. That's my open sign. That's something we're going to cover later. As we get deeper into the Daredevil, as far as when it's coming out, what I am going to do is I'm going to start, we're going to do watch-alongs and reviews of the original Netflix series. Sister Kim's. I can taste it. They had to close early today. It hurt. What else we got here? There's a dude we just interviewed. Tagged him up. There's the money wall. There's an open sign. There we go. So, obviously you've seen this one. I am going to bring that football in here and I'm going to put it in a cube, and one of the sides of the cube is going to have this on it. Me looking like a slee stack and being Zack Snyder.
Yeah.
And then let's see, those ones here. That's him. That's actually him drawing on Brad. I think that might be him doing the Wonder Woman for me. Yeah, it is. That's him doing mine. So if you ever wanted to sell it, then you know it's real. There you go. The man's drawing the picture on there. There it is. That's so much fun. I'm still buzzing over that. And that's even after a record.
Yeah, like I said, it's like I would have asked, I don't.
It was really it would
have been complicated. It might have been time consuming, but I would have if there were any possibility to draw Wonder Woman chopping off Steppenwolf's head.
Yeah, the crowd of it. It was
that would have been. I would have been a dick about that. So ask draw just the shield or something like that, but or just
but as far as questions and stuff goes, there's some anime for you. See there, you guys. I don't know what it is, but I picked it up today.
Let's see. I will gladly take the blame for that. If that.
What's up?
As Scary Mood is the list blame for real. Yeah, I will happily. I will flaunt the blame for that. Yeah, I will put the blame for. I will frame the blame for that and put that on my mantle.
I got Kingdom Come back in. I'm gonna get 4 or 5. I need people to be. Everyone within the sound of my voice needs to have read Kingdom Come. I got these back in too. These are my favorite. Some of my favorite covers from the Batman. Let's see. They read. I got another one of these back in. I didn't get the whole series, but I just love that cover from It was X-Men 268 was what they were. They were talking about that the other day.
Yeah, well, that was probably about a month ago. Yeah, the 70s Spider-Man intro. It's like, yeah, say what you will about the show itself, but I mean, it's like, yeah, we took
that's what we had.
we took what we could get back then, as far as cape shit.
Yeah, that's the Sci-Fi Center at night when it wasn't raining on me and caving in my roof. This is Ralph. He owns an alternate reality. Yeah, he's another comic store right here. He was open when I first opened up. When I first opened up, late 94, 95, he was called Dungeon Comics, and he's been my go-to guy when it comes to advice on how to fucking run a store. And whenever we have screenings, especially when they have to do with comic books. All right, this is him at the Batman. I always make sure he has a seat. These are my $5 pictures, and this was that day Carl Weathers died, man. Oh, man. But yeah, let's go back to where did I post most of those pictures? Well, anyway, you guys have already seen the pictures. So we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk about what went on at this event. The scene that they show us, and because you're gonna see it tomorrow, so it's like not like is Cora. She's found her way on that ship, that dreadnought, and she's coming through some kind of elevator situation, and she comes in, and they got those lightsabers looking things, the villains, the soldiers, and they're waiting for her to come through. She comes through and fucks all of them up, takes their lightsabers, and she's killing them with each hand. It's just like, and it's just a really quick moving scene. And then she comes through the other way, but it's just mainly, and they were talking about the choreography. You would have enjoyed that part. They're talking about the choreography of the part. They show that a little bit, I think a longer trailer of when they meet before they're about to have this big battle to negotiate the terms of the battle, I guess. And that one where she says, so what's your plan? He's like, the same one I had last time was to kill you. It's a little bit longer, I believe.
Yeah.
And then they were talking about, they were asking them questions about, asking her, why, what attracted you to this movie. And of course she said Zach, where she'd never had a chance to work with him before. So she, wanted to work with him. That's her doing her stunts. Most of her stunts, and the scene that you're going to see tomorrow. I guess it's going to be tomorrow. I'm assuming it's going to be. I need to find out when it's going to air. But I'm assuming it's tomorrow because it was done for Super Bowl. I mean, let's see if it's on like now. Hold on for a second.
I doubt it, but I mean, worth a try.
Because then I can just put a link into the thing. But for it was easy when it was coming to Rebel Moon, because obviously we have involvement in it. I'm already hyped up for Rebel Moon, so there wasn't going to be anything that they could have shown me that could get me even more excited. I guess. I mean, we're already dialed.
Well, there was the one. I don't know if you shared this on social or not, but there was the one video that it's out there, Zach talking about like this. The first one was the recruit movie. This one is the war movie.
Yeah, he kind of put that out as well too. I'm trying to find it because there's
which I think he said that before, but he was being really emphatic about that when in the little clip that kind of seen circulating. It's not, of course, it's not the whole Q&A, but I mean it's just like 10-second snippet of it.
Yeah, it's not on here yet. So I don't know. I probably should have asked the Netflix people how I was standing there with them. Hey, by the way, when's it going to air? While we were signing these waivers. But I'll find it. But like I said, the good job that it did for a guy like me, it got me into two projects that I was going to go for, but I wasn't as sure with Three Body Problem. I'm definitely in now.
Yeah.
And then the Airbender one, I'm definitely going to give that a chance. That looks like something I don't need to have. The way it looked in the scenes, the stuff that we saw, and I don't know if they're going to show you guys exactly what they showed us too. So be careful there. Let me put that as a disclaimer. What we saw they may not put that necessarily on their thing completely.
Well, we'll see it eventually because the show's on Netflix on the 22nd. But I mean, as far as like the
as
putting
far
out
as like
the
stuff
showcase tomorrow.
But it to me, the way it was explained, I don't need to know the history of the Airbender. I don't need to know it. I don't need to have ever watched it. I don't need to know what it was. The way they laid it out right there, and the way it was explained by the people on the stage, anybody that was in that audience can grab onto it if they want to, and they wouldn't have needed to know. Now, obviously, for you guys that are like completely transfixed and in love with it, it's going to make it easier for you to make your comparisons and to understand it. But the way the show lays out, and they made that a point that for people to know that, because there's going to be a lot of people that get into these genres that stay away from it because they don't know the history and the weight of it. They don't like, I got to know this to be able to understand that. And then they said, no, it's you could jump right into this as just a story. And if you wanted to go back on the history and all the other stuff, you can. But it's not 100% required for you to enjoy this. And I related to that because, like I said, one way or another, it didn't matter to me at all. And so for a guy like me who's going to watch it, and if I feel that I can watch it without that, I think anybody can. I think the good thing about Airbender is it's accessible. It's a lot more accessible than, because the only people you hear talking about it are the people who live and die with it. That doesn't do you any good as far as like the other, 99.
As far as like the expansion of your IP,
the people who are actually going to pay for it, the people who are actually going to justify it ever being made over and over again. Those, a lot of times we'll get like a genre thing, right? And I'll know the history of all this stuff on here, and then when we relay ourselves to the common person, we got all this encyclopedia shit in our head that's overwhelming for this Joe Average. He just wants to watch a movie and possibly get into this with you, but he doesn't want to feel like he's coming in after all the other stuff has gone on, and he or she will never catch up.
Well, and not only that, but also you're coming off of the first try at live action is again, like I've said, it's not uncommon to find that on lists of the worst movies ever made. So
the average person never heard of that. The average person has. I was sitting with people in there because we were talking. The way our tables are set up are really cool. By the way, want to meet new people, kind of cool. I was, we were talking about in some of the stuff in between, how they were doing it. A lot of those people in there, I would say half of the people in there didn't know hardly anything about it, and they were into it afterwards. After they saw the presentation, we were all looking at each other. Yeah, I could dig that. But none of those people, because one guy that I was with, one of the guys that I brought with me, he is a fanatic about all that stuff, and he knew about it. But everybody else was like, that was their first time hearing it, and he knew about the movie. He knew about the 2010 stuff. Nobody else did. So when you hear it, and I have that, I'm guilty of that too. Like I said, if I'm trying to get you into a genre, I got to be careful that you're just coming into this. I don't want to give you this 2,000-pound suitcase that you're just not going to want to drag around. And I think that's the best thing about the way this show looks like it's laid out. You don't have to have known about any of the stuff that came before, and most people don't. Just be mathematically clear. And most people don't know that.
Well, then let's keep it that way after the Netflix Avatar.
Yeah. And most of them, be honest with you, Avatar to them is some blue people that were banging and swimming in water. And stuff. That's what Avatar is to them. For most people that I've run into, instead like some of the hardcore people that came with me, for the most part, you say Avatar but to most of the people, Airbend what? They're not going to know, and that's cool now because the way they've made this, they don't have to. So you are automatically growing your audience with brand new people, which is going to be kind of interesting. And I'm going to be one of them, So I thought they did. I was impressed with their presentation.
And the thing about it is too, also talking about like not overwhelming, newcomers to the Avatar universe. The show is going to be 8 episodes. I would presume, in the 40-minute range. As tend to be on Netflix streaming shows. So it's obviously it's going to be more comprehensive and expansive than the movie was, but having as opposed to like a 15 or an 18 episode season or like 20 episode season like the animated show is, it's as far as being a newbie jumping into it, it's like I would imagine it's going to keep it relatively compact for like newcomers to Avatar to kind of jump in and experience the world with it. So that's a probably pretty good approach to it. Glenn says people want to pay for it. Well, are you forgetting Aaron? Because I just got her in it, not just Avatar, but Korra. There you go, man.
What did he say?
You're talking about willing to pay for Avatar, and then you mentioned like, that's you need the normies for that, and
well, yeah, I mean, because whenever you make a genre movie, unfortunately, especially if you notice, all the successful comic book movies, no matter who makes them, have appealed to people that are not me. The Crow, most of the people who saw The Crow did not know it was a comic book. Most of the people who saw Blade, to this day, have not picked up a comic book and did not know that it was a comic book movie. And even the ones that people know that are comic book movies, like Superman, Batman, those are comic book movies. They're not made for me. They're made so that the common man, the common geek, can come in, or a common person can come in and write at the beginning. And that's a double-edged sword, because like I said, with me, I want you buying the paper. I want you involved.
Yeah.
These movies have been made so that you don't have to be. I'm trying to, when every person that comes to my door, I got to ask TV section. I'm trying to like feed them in while I have them in my midst. But at the same time, most of any successful IP is not reliant on its hardcore fans. It's just you have to make a movie that can sell to the general public. You can, base it off of the stuff that we are going to be familiar with, but you can't make it the 2,000-pound suitcase, or that customer is just not going to pick it up. He's going to pick up something light.
You want to have your hardcore fan base as because I found, but you can't live or die on that either.
Yeah, the 3% is not enough to pay bills.
So Mighty Rax X did this would be Paramount, because Paramount the parent company Nickelodeon. So I would think, or maybe I don't know, maybe Nickelodeon. That's a good question, actually. Like, who would be, because Avatar was a Nickelodeon show, Paramount owns Nickelodeon, so who was doing the licensing to Netflix for that?
It would be Paramount.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, Nickelodeon by CBS, Paramount, Nickelodeon. And most of those are all under Viacom now. So yeah, it would be Paramount Studios that would do that.
That's actually a pertinent question, since we talk about licensing IPs to streamers. Some of it really, again, venturing into banned topic territory, but of course very ubiquitous on social media and this, but that's something I kind of would also want to inquire about. So licensing, if you're licensing an IP, it's if you're licensing DC, you're licensing Marvel, you're licensing Star Wars, it's the parent company that's ultimately signing the dotted line on that, right?
Yeah. So if you license Marvel, Disney is signing off on that.
Well, that's a good example. When they had the Marvel Netflix shows, you had Marvel Studios at that point, but Disney was the parent company, so Disney were the ones to ultimately greenlight licensing those characters for the Netflix shows. Yeah,
it's called a limited licensing agreement, and it's the parent company, the top, when you can get no higher, that's who's signing off on that.
Okay.
So, with Warner Brothers, with DC, it's going to be Warner Brothers Discovery, and so on and so on.
All right.
So say for instance, if somebody wanted to license a DC character, they would not go to James Gunn. They would go
to Warner Brothers. Yeah.
They would go to Warner Brothers.
Aaron says, or if you want to license Avatar, you got to go to Paramount. So
yeah, and Paramount has an excellent agreement with Netflix. Every major studio, to be honest with you, has a good agreement, a good working relationship with Netflix. If you notice, a lot of Netflix stuff comes from these other studios. They definitely have a good one with Sony. So yeah.
Okay, I think we're let me see what else. Anything else in the chat about that? Numbers says Brad, me, Chappie, and Spider-Man agree scary movie should be on the watch list. Okay, I'm glad you guys. Okay, I'm glad you guys agree, but that doesn't motivate me to put it on the list any more than I already am.
Plus, we got a lot of good movies that we really want to try to get.
Yeah, and plus, if we do a bad movie night watch party, do like a Rift Tracks, it's going to be something that's like The Room or like Battlefield Earth, or it's going to be enjoyably bad. It's not going to be garbage. It's not going to be garbage that makes me
if I got to
question like how people got this greenlit and how they keep their jobs or who they blackmailed to make it happen.
If I got to see through that, somebody's getting paid. Either it's American Foundation for Suicide Prevention getting some donation directly connected to my suffering, or you're going to do a super chat. Some money has to leave somebody's wallet. I don't care if it's for charity. If I got to sit through some of these awful movies that you guys don't want us to sit through, then we need to donate to something. Somebody's suffering has to be relieved. If you're going to make me suffer, then make people who are dealing with mental illness, give them a gift of relieving their suffering.
Yeah, put some good back into the world for the bad we're entering into it for that.
Nothing, ugh. But on that note, 6,750 guys. We're trying to get to 7,000. Is hopefully we can get it by the end of the weekend. The link for the Rebel Moon fundraiser is still attached to the top of the screen. Let's bring that up and just look at exactly what we're doing here. Tilt to 5. Bam. There we go. So there we go. We've been kind of stagnant, but like I said, if you look at our original goal at 5,000 there, that little dot is very significantly been passed. So I think once we reach 7,000, I will officially move the goal up to 10.
Yeah.
Right now,
but to go back to this though, it's you should be on the list, and I forget where this quote comes from, but it's like, you have to paraphrase that. But this has not created in me a sense of obligation. So there you
go. People are willing to pay for it, aka Brad. Oh, that's what you guys are talking about.
And how's it going, Ruth?
If you guys, you know what, we help me get to $7,000 with this fundraiser, we'll watch any movie you guys want. How about that?
Oh, now they're all gonna like chip in to get this over the tonight. About to suffer through Scary Movie.
Get us to 7,000 tonight. We'll watch Scary Movie. How about that? And it's only $250, guys. We're not that far away. Look at that. That's where we're at right now. We are at 6,772. Hold on, I can't see my screen. I've been saying it all day. We are at $6,750. So what is it? 250? Another 250 puts it at 7,000. Get us to by the end of this broadcast. By the end of the broadcast, you get us to 7,000. I will sit with you on Scary Movie, and that's a fucking awful movie. I agree with Brad.
They're all awful movies. Every single one of them is god awful. They never should have been made.
Get us to 7,000. Isn't that fair? It's not for me, not going into my pocket. But if you're going to make us suffer, shouldn't we be doing some good out of it?
Why did you put this idea in their head, William? Because they're all going to do it now.
Hey, you know what? I'm willing, dude. I was willing to dress up as Wonder Woman if we reached a certain goal.
That's more productive than a Scary Movie watch party.
That's easy. I don't have to fit my ass into some fucking girdle or a tiara. So this is much easier.
Yeah, he's saving money to fund Howard. No, I don't think you're going to get William to do that again.
But there you go. We are right now at 6,750. Get us to 7,000 before the end of this broadcast. Who the hell knows when it'll end? You got plenty of time. Then yeah, we'll do Scary Movie. I'll do Scary Movie. Brad will probably opt out and go punch a hole in the wall. He'll put on his gi and he'll start doing karate moves on a tree or something like that.
Punch a hole through the wall. Punch a hole through punch a hole 7 feet deep into the ground for that one.
And it's almost worth it just to see Brad have the angst that it's usually reserved for me. So yeah, get us to 7,000. It's now 10:11. We got about a couple hours.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Numbers.
It's awful, but you know what? It doesn't matter. Numbers. It doesn't matter.
This is one of the few areas where I'll take issue with people over like I'll say it's not all subjective. No, they all suck. They are all terrible. They're all lowbrow. They're the lowest of low. They're below. They're not. They're the you cut the bottom of the barrel out, drilled a hole into the earth, put them in the core of the earth. That's how low they are.
Make it happen, people. 7,000, and you have my word. We'll do it, and we'll do it soon too. Because I'd rather get that castor oil out of my mouth and spit it out as soon as possible. So, all right. Who's texting?
Well, if you want to see more, I guess get us over 7,000 tonight.
Get us over 7,000. I will suffer. I will suffer for a good cause. I will make myself look even more of my usual foolish self for a good cause. If we reach 7,000, I will be happy that we're on our way to 10 grand.
You know what? Here, I'm gonna do this. Okay. because this franchise that people are suddenly defending. Okay, I'm going to pull up some of this clever humor that everybody loves in Scary Movie. All right,
we can't show it, right?
So
don't.
No, if it's on movie clips, we should be good.
Okay, you're gonna get us kicked off, and then we're not even gonna get any value out of it. Not only do these movies suck, but okay. But let me keep refreshing. Hey, I'm gonna keep refreshing our screen, guys. I'm gonna go use the restroom right while Brad gets us kicked off the internet, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
But hey, I'm gonna keep this up there, and then when we come back, we're going to hit the 3 jokers, and we are going to. I think that's going to be all the. We got True Country. I'm getting my head mixed up. Yeah. We got True Detective. We talked about all the stuff that happened on Netflix. 3 Body Problem is going to be its own show. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one. So we're gonna cover that show. So the last thing we have to cover is going to be the 3 Jokers. Oh, and Oasis, and that's going to be quick. And then we're going to spend the last hour or so of the show.
Just open mic, yeah.
Open mic, and that it sounds like that's going to be a shit show because you already got Brad all riled up. Because I know everybody that comes in is going to fuck with me about that, which is hilarious.
You got my dog pissed off about it too.
But right now, I'm seeing it still at 67.50, so I think we're safe, Brad.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me show everybody the pedigree of humor from the Scary Movie franchise. Back. Yeah. This is what you guys are all defending here. Okay.
Do you think the press is going to want to talk to us?
Oh, girl, no. The press only wants to interview the most ignorant person they can find.
I'm on TV. Oh, shit. First cops, now this? Oh, man, I'm be a star, son.
What can you tell us about Drew?
Well, she had the fat ass, son. I mean, it was like bang.
How close were you to the victim?
Real close. Until the roofies wore off. Then she woke up talking about pressing charges. So I just pulled my tongue out of her ass and left.
What would have been your last words to Drew?
Run, bitch! Run!
Yeah, so there you go. That's that timeless masterpiece, okay? Let me see if I can find another one. Just to drive home that this is what you guys want to be. We can't do 300 yet. We can't do Man of Steel. No, the next one's got to be Scary Movie. Okay. I am going all to town on this. I'm pulling up another one with this wonderful humor. Yeah, okay, here's a real winner. Yeah, this is from back in 2000. This is when the original Scary Movie came out. Yeah, and it just, of course, stood the test of time. I mean, comedy, as we know it, would not be as it would be in the gutter now if not for Scary. Okay, yeah, here goes another one. Here it comes. Let me just pull this one out. Yeah. Put it full screen. Okay, sorry. Let me fix that real quick. Fix that real quick, everybody. I don't know why that keeps it. Probably yeah. Let me go back to. Let me get that again. We got to get it again because we have to establish what the world's missing out on here. Okay. Okay, I think I got it fixed now. Okay, yeah, here's the audio with all the scintillating dialogue from Scary Movie coming up right here. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, where am I?
You're behind the couch.
What? How do you know that?
I can see your feet.
Okay, turn around. Close your eyes. No peeking. No. Hey, no peeking. No peeking. Turn around. Good.
And that's a bad thing, how, Zeke?
Now do you know where I am? You don't.
No, Mr. Killer. I don't know where you are.
I'll give you a big clue. Oh, I gotta stop drinking.
I can't believe this isn't going to get this kicked off.
Okay, I'll leave it at that now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And if it were a good movie and we get kicked off, I'm all for it. If you were showing 2049, and I was like, "Fuck it, we know it. I need people to see that." These movies are awful. We're gonna.
They are horrible. Let me see. Yeah, well, I at least spoken reason into somebody tonight with Anthony. He's like, "I agree with you, Brad." Yes, they're all trash. They're all trash.
Yeah.
How much money would this make today? Probably $8.24.
Watch it make $1 billion if they release it.
Oh,
hilarious!
Dear God, if this makes $1 billion,
that would be so hilarious. People would come after you, bro. Look, it's $1 billion movie.
Yes,
Brad
I have.
is wrong.
Yes, I have, Aaron, and that sucks too.
What did she say?
Thank God. Well, all I can say is thank God for Captain America, because then otherwise, I mean, Chris Evans' career would have been over after that. Yeah, that's what you guys want to donate like crazy to get me to suffer through again. It's not even like, let's do like a Last Airbender, leading into Netflix Avatar. Let's finish that abomination off and have Brad do his Howard the Duck. No, we got to put Brad through some pain. We got to do that. The scary movie.
Hey, if we can listen, guys, I'm probably going to keep this show running till midnight. Probably going to keep this show running because I really do like having that panel, that last hour just open for you guys and not having to rush you through. So we're probably going to be here till midnight. So you have an hour and 40 minutes to get us to $7,000, and then I'll do it. Might even do it tomorrow. Who knows? We'll do it Monday. Might do it on Monday.
Yeah, I don't like at all. They all suck. They all suck.
You don't even hear his voice get this high. His voice is reaching like a pitch that it doesn't get to on this show. I'm the one who gets crazy about this shit. Brad's is reserved. Brad is like the Spock.
Yeah,
of the show.
until I'm usually I'm the color commentary, but I don't usually go off unless you bring up shit like this and say, yeah, scary. No, they're all horrible. They are all horrible. And Anna Faris, yes, she has been very good in her subsequent career. I understand people got to start out somewhere. It's a good paycheck, I'm sure, but it's like move on to better things, and she has. Okay,
all right.
Leave that behind. No, it's not.
when it comes to the three Jokers, yes, I'm going to follow the same rules as I did last week when it came to Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. I'm not going to review this for you. I'm going to give you why you should be reading this. I'm going to give you some points of why you should be reading it, and then I want you to go out and get these. Just like Supergirl, like I said, Ruth. And one other person that's probably currently in the chat right now. After our topic on it last week, they went out and they ordered this book and they read it. To me, that's worth everything. To open a door for somebody to have them do their own exploration and come out with their own opinion of this. That's the coolest thing I think that this show does, other than raise money for things like this. But that's the coolest thing is you came into a show and you left with a different frame of mind that allowed you to try something new like that or try something at all. So I don't want to spoil it for you. My thing is I want you guys buying comic books. Yes, I'm biased. But most of you are not going to buy comics from me because you're all over the world. Some of you will order something from me, but the vast majority of you have a comic book store or a place where you can go get these things. So I want you walking down, or in Aaron's case, hopping down in the kangaroo. I'm sorry, Aaron. I want you to go to your local comic book store and not only get these things, but have a conversation with the geeks that are there. You're literally in a comic book store surrounded by people who are already into what you're into. and talk to the dealer. The dealer should know what to get you, and he starts you here, but this one comic could get you into a whole bunch of other stuff. And if the guy behind the counters is doing what he or she is supposed to be doing, then they are going to bridge that gap for you. But so I'm ecstatic to know that even if it was just one or two people picked up Woman of Tomorrow and gave it a try. Same thing with the Three Jokers. Now you're going to have a lot of inside people like us, who won't be able to separate Jeff Johns' other things that he's done with the work, and even within the comics world. The Three Jokers is Jeff Johns at his best, in my opinion. Fuck 52, Flashpoint, all that other stuff, and triple fuck Watchmen, Doomsday Clock, because I know what he was going to do there. But right here, this is some of the best stuff he did, and context for this story. The important parts of this story, for you to understand it, I guess, would be the Killing Joke, which I don't have any copies of. I need to pick up another copy. Two stories that you really need to understand when you come into Batman Three Jokers. One of them is the Killing Joke, and the other one, believe it or not, is something I'm very proud of, and that's killing Jason Todd, killing Robin. For me, it was metaphorically killing. It didn't matter to me that it was Jason Todd. I mean, he was a prick at Robin anyway, but killing Robin for me was just something that needed to be done. It always needs to be done. To me, Robin's just there to die, as far as I'm concerned. But you know what? But so the Death in the Family storyline, and some of the stuff earlier in I think Infinite Crisis, where he comes back as when he comes back as Red Hood. I don't have the specific issues in my head right now, but we'll get to those too. But it starts here, and it's super important here because the three primary characters, other than the Jokers, is Batman, Batwoman, and Jason Todd, who's Red Hood now. Ordinarily, I have no use for the Bat family. I think they're just a waste of space, and they just convolute Batman story. This is the one exception. Not this, but Three Jokers is the one exception because they are relevant. You cannot tell this story without them. Given what happened to Barbara Gordon at the hands of the Joker, them having to investigate these Jokers is very near and dear to her, and she's having flashbacks and everything. The Joker literally killed Jason Todd. So obviously there's some issues there. So a lot of this story is about them reliving those ghosts and still trying, to solve this mystery of the Three Jokers. And it's also Batman's guilt because these people are under his charge for the most part. Yeah, they're adults and everything else, but there wouldn't have been a Robin if Batman, the Child in Danger, hadn't, given him the costume. Batgirl is inspired by Bruce Studd, and her father being a police. So in a way, he feels in this storyline, really brings it to the surface. He feels a guilt about that, and he feels a disconnection about that. And there's a little bit of hate between these three characters because Batman has always been this unfeeling, undetached thing, and these awful things have happened to his family pretty much. But he cannot turn off being Batman or else he fails at what he's doing. And that's a lot of the conflict in the story. Even though the Joker is the title character, it's not even about the Jokers or the Jokers. It's about the effect that they've had on these people's minds and their relationships with each other. The Joker is really just something for the story pieces to revolve around. But I'm going to read you the synopsis real quick, just a basic, and make sure that, okay, so... All right, so I'm just reading this premise because like I said, I want you to read this. And by the way, continue, guys. When you read these things, message me, drop something in the chat, drop something in the comment section. Comment section is the best place to do it. I don't think we use that enough. And I try to respond to everybody. But if you read these comics, let me know what you think about them. Let me know if it's a dead ender for you or if it inspires you to go on to the next thing. And then if you don't know what the next thing is, let me know because there are logical next steps to after the story, and it's a DC Black Label, so it's a more mature one. All right, Three Jokers follows Batman as he investigates several ongoing crimes by the Joker occurring simultaneously, which may be related to the possibility that there may be more than one Joker operating in Gotham City. The three Jokers in this story refer, and I'm not going to give you the spoiler because there's a twist here, and I'm not going to give you that. The three Jokers in this story are referred to by simple titles: the criminal, the pragmatic, philosophical, surprisingly serious Joker from the Golden Age, who is the most methodical of the trio and is initially implied to be their leader, claiming that laughing actually hurts him. And I remember this. There's actually some dialogue there that's really great. His personality and demeanor are reminiscent of the Joker's earliest comic book appearances. His ultimate plan is to transform Joe Chill into a better Joker worthy of being Batman's arch nemesis, given that Chill's act of murdering Bruce Wayne's parents caused the most pain in Batman's life. So this is a DC Black Label storyline. So like I said, it's a little bit on its own road, some of the continuity. So realize that when you're reading this. Now, if you read it, oof. I'm going to have to edit myself. If you read Batman #1, you can buy it in the facsimile version. And if you look at the Joker from his first appearance, his demeanor is a lot different than the goofiness and the craziness that he would become. I mean, the Cesar Romero-ish crazy shit and stuff like that. And then the way he was portrayed in the comic. And then eventually he would come around until the mid to late 80s, and he would become back to his vicious side. But he's not, when you think of the Joker, you're thinking, jokes, flying fish with, the gas and all that. That's not the original Joker. The original Joker was a much more of a grounded criminal. So that's what the criminal reminds you. The clown, the campy, colorful, goofy prankster Joker from the Silver Age, who is the most anarchist of the trio. He is implied to be the Joker responsible for bludgeoning and killing Jason Todd in Batman: The Death of the Family. He has a sidekick named Gagsworth. Gagsworth. I always fuck this up even when I read it. Gagsworth Gagsworthy, and uses elaborate pranks in his crimes with the simple goal of causing chaos. Yeah, and that's the perfect era they just described it. The comedian, the depraved, demented, sadistic psychopath Joker from the Bronze and Modern Age, who is the most cunning and evil of the trio. He is the Joker who shot and paralyzed Barbara Gordon in Batman: The Killing Joke. Behind his warped sense of humor and eerie smile, he's a malicious monster. He feels nothing but spite for what he sees as a cruel, irredeemable world. He is implied to be the original Joker and orchestrates a series of events that allow him to replace Joe Chill as Batman's greatest plan. And so I'll read you the prelude. Prelude to the Dark Side War storyline. Batman sits in the Mobius chair, a time-space dimensional vehicle used by New God Metro. By the way, it's a fucking shame that no one has used that in any of these movies yet. But that's a different. I'm not going to do that.
Use Metron? No.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet.
I've added.
I bet.
Story.
I
Yeah.
bet if you ask Zach about what about the whiteboards haven't you revealed, he'd allude to something like that.
Because whenever somebody asks me, well, how did Darkseid get lost? How do you not know? Metron made him forget. That's why. All right, so we'll go. That's a different Saturday. With Hal Jordan observing, first to test the chair, Batman asked it who killed his parents. It answered correctly, Joe Chill. Next, Batman asked the Mobius chair, what is the Joker's real name? And is shocked by the results. It's later revealed that the Mobius chair told Batman there were 3 Jokers. And I want to make sure, which he later brought up to Hal when he asked about it. Batman states that he's going to have to look into that matter. So that's a prelude. So that's what happened. That's where the story comes from. And that's all I'm going to give you right now. There are twists, and obviously the mystery is which one of these is the real Joker, which one of these is the original Joker. Is the one that reveals the most? Is he the one that is the real one? Because how these things are set up and how the story rolls out. Hold on, I got to make sure this is not apparent. Hold up. Oh shit.
Yeah, okay. I was about to mention. Did you see it?
Yeah,
I was about to mention it too. It says we are pretty much done with the 3 Jokers. I guess I'll go ahead and bring this up. And
we're not done with the 3 Jokers.
Okay, so
we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back, but this is important.
Okay, this is important. It's also somewhat infuriating. I've never been so pissed off about a charity donation in my life.
Well,
there we are.
I'm happy. I'm happy. I for one, I think Scary Movie is a shit movie. But you know what? It pales in importance to what we're trying to do here. My goal for the day was to get us to 7,000. This is easy. All I have to do is sit there. It's plain Brad. It's funny.
Yeah, they didn't even say who it was. Whoever one of you like hellions decided to just do that.
This show's a success already. This day's a success. Nothing else great needs to happen today. I know we're having fun, and I know a lot of people get involved with AFSP to be affiliated in some cases, and I don't care why, as long as if you're raising the money, who cares? But it is serious shit. We underscore every night. I hear from people that watch our show that are going through things right now, and that that appreciate that we address it as a show and as a chat and as a community, that we are addressing these things, and that we're not just saying that's awful, I wish we could do something. We're doing something. We're actually, no matter what else that we can't do or we aren't doing or whatever fallacies each of us may have, what we're doing here is unassailable. You cannot touch this cause of what we're doing. You could be an asshole, but if you're donating to this cause, you're not an asshole to me. You could be some goofball, troll or whatever. If you're donating to the cause, you're not a troll to me. If whatever you're doing or not doing in life, this work that we're doing right here is, and you can't touch it. And to this show that, like I said, is literally compared to the other nuclear powered submarines and aircraft carriers that are in our community that have tens of thousands more followers and subscribers than we do, to be able to do this, to use our little measly 354 or whatever it is subscribers to be able to broadcast this out
with deep pockets to manage to get into my suffering.
Yeah, but our suffering is going to help end someone else's suffering. Because of what we're doing, somebody's going to be able to pick up the phone on the worst fucking day of their life and dial 988 and maybe get to another day. I'll sit through a shitty movie. This is, like I said, if you'd have told me that all I had to do to get to 7,000 is do that, I would have opened up the day with that. I would have done that this afternoon before I left the BBS stream, because that was the whole point of the BBS stream, was to get to 7,000.
I would have at least done it before BBS, so we would have been ending on a good movie.
Oh no, because people listen. Our chat wants to see us suffer. So if our chat wants to see us suffer, or at least get something good out of the suffering, but I can take it. Like I said, I've seen many of awful movies. Scary Movie is not going to be the worst movie that I've seen. So I'm down. I'm happy. We shall all be happy. And like I said, once again, everybody who's got us to 7,000, including this last donor, I don't even care what the reason is. We did it. We reached 7,000.
Whoever donated, just everything William said there is very true, but also just think of this like you just spent. This is equivalent to spending $250 on a movie ticket for one of the biggest pieces of shit ever made.
Hey, hold on for a second. Hey, donor, I love you. Brad's angry right now, but when he comes back and he realizes that where we're at and what we're doing, he's going to be happy. Somehow, some way, we'll connect us to the raid. Everything will be okay.
Hey, donor. So if I ever find you or who this is,
but tell you what, Brad. After this, we're going to do a raid 2 watch party. How about that?
Okay.
As long as you put on a smile. As long as you put on a smile about, we just made 7,000, dude. That's.
Can you guys at least donate for the raid 2 now that we're talking about that?
I mean.
Or are you only going to donate when I'm in pain?
Listen, they want to.
You know that I'll do it because I'm a glutton for punishment.
Dude, I'm far ahead of you in that game of punishment. Like I said, I was willing to put on a costume, and then you know how much footage that would have given people. That would have been on people's profile pics. I would have been a meme. But if we would have raised the money we needed that day, like I said, it all comes down to the importance of the cause. So, like I said. Thank you, donor, and thank you to everybody. Like I said, this one pushed us to 7,000, but we couldn't have gotten here without we've gotten small donations, we've gotten big donations, we've had donations up to $500, we've had donations of $250, we've had donations to $25, $50. We've had them all. They all matter. Everybody,
and I make that donation anonymous too, if it were me.
Stop it. Okay, so getting back to thank you. That's this shows a success already. Go get this. DC Black Label. I have a DC Black Label section in the store, and like I said, depending on how old you are and where you're at in collecting, I can tell you exactly. You can go ahead and get the Batman stuff off the regular stuff. That's good. It's not bad. But if you want that edge, if you want that grit, if you want that intensity, DC Black Label, especially Batman DC Black Label, that's what you need. Where you need to go. This story, like I said, is intense because there are real life consequences to what these people are doing in their connection to Batman, and it weighs on him more than it does in other stories. Like I said, you have the Joker as the vessel or as the vehicle for all of this. But when you read the comic, he's in it. They're in it. But the reason why it's so important that it's 3 Jokers is because it's a Joker that means something different to each one of them. Each one of those Joker directly ties to some moment that, the one that shaped Barbara Gordon, the one that shaped Jason Todd, and the one that shaped Batman, and they all have to deal with that. And so it's not any one Joker; it's the idea of the Joker and how it runs in opposition to them and what it's meant to in their lives. So, Batman 3 Jokers, please go out and get it.
Well, actually, kind of related to that, I'm sure you guys can hear my dog barking like crazy in the background. So
he just found out that you have to watch a scary movie, didn't he?
Yeah. He's upset too, guys. You guys made my dog nuts because the scary movie news. But Anthony asks, I read the 3 Jokers because my library where I live allows to check out comics I never got into for some reason, and I'd like Jeff Johns comics.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good program. I'm happy to hear about that. I would love for you to go buy comics. I would love to make money off of people, but ultimately, I think that if somebody gets you into these things, you're gonna become a customer. I think that I don't think what happens a lot with retail these days is people put into that immediate buck and they don't do the customer building thing. They don't lay out a game plan. They don't ask the questions and things like that. And then, or they're doing stupid shit like inflating the price of comics and making them inaccessible to people. So I'm happy that there's a program out there like this, but this story, I love this story. And like I said, I know a lot of people have issues with Jeff Johns, and so do I. I have Jeff Johns. I have a problem with Jeff Johns being, the pseudo filmmaker that he never was. I have a problem with Jeff Johns trying to reset the fucking universe every time it drifts further and further away from.
And that's comics wise and movie wise.
Yeah, but more so with comics. With comics, all you got to do, and each of the pages opens up with the grave of Martha and what's his face, Thomas Wayne, and like I said, each one of these is, and if you've been reading Batman, for a while, like this is the one that beat up Jason Todd. That's the one in that picture right there. And then you have the one. This is the one. Each of these. So if you look, the one in the middle is basically the one that led to Batman. The one on the right is the one that shot and paralyzed Barbara Gordon. The one on the left is the one that beat the hell out of Jason Todd. So it's as much about the Joker as the idea is, but it's about them and how they react to it. So there you go. I hope I've done that enough justice for you to go out and read it, whether it be digital or you come through my door and you get it. But go somewhere and get it. That's the whole point.
A few questions here. No, I've had golden retrievers. I've had several, but my dog Murph, he is a German short-haired pointer actually. So, and he's still 2 years old, so he's still very energetic. Please don't insult my dog like that, Clint.
What do you say?
We've got a few people saying this. He's cheering.
Wow, this is unhinged, Brad. This is Brad let loose. This is. Isn't there some kind of like martial arts like meditation you got to do to
I'm gonna need meditation and confession and a few other vices after.
But 7,000 people, that's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. This has been a good ride. All right, so I got that. I got the 3 Jokers. What else is on my thumbnail? We got the True Detective out of the way.
Fun. Listen, if you guys keep messing with my dog here, I'm gonna go John Wick tonight.
Brad's dog. We should do a meme with the dog. The dog's getting his paw on the thing and he's pushing the number 250. And anonymous. It's hilarious. I should make that meme. All right, so the last thing we're going to
Come on, let's get nuts.
I can't stand that scene. I understand why he did it, because he was trying to deflect from but I that part of the scene I just never lined up with me with Batman. More like Johnny Dangerously than anything else.
Murphy with the oh god. And that's the thing too, is that they get worse as they go along. So Ruth, are you telling me my dog is now barking for the second worst installment of the franchise?
Oh, hey, we should go back. Hey, we should go back and play the barking and slow it down and see if the dog is trying to form scary movie board.
No, actually, fourth has a. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, this is what fourth saying.
Oh my goodness. It's too bad you're not on camera now, because
you guys all collectively have to send me some kind of care package for Christmas, because I'm gonna need it after this.
Oh wow! So that looks so nice. That number looks so nice on that board right now. All right, so
yeah, they're not gonna do it for the raid 2 because it involves something fun, for not painful.
Hold on. All right, so Oasis is one of the. If you want to,
I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and probably throw up.
If you want to take a band that sounds like what the Beatles would. I'm not saying that they're at the level of the Beatles. Don't come at me with that shit. They're heavily influenced by the Beatles, to the point where when they were, at the height of their powers in the mid 90s, people would say, "You guys just sound like a Beatles knockoff," and they would take that as a compliment. If I had to put them in an era of the Beatles, it's the later stuff before they broke up, right when they were experimenting with a lot of shit. But this album was released in, I think, 1990. I think it was 1994, because that was, like I said, a lot of the stuff that I bring to you guys is going to be that formative years from when the Sci-Fi Center first began. And this song was definitely. I remember getting my business license, and when I got my business license, the business license place was playing Supersonic, because the kid behind the counter was into Oasis. Let's go to this before I bring it up. I had all this up before when we were having those issues with the interview, trying to get it to play. Maybe. English rock band. All right, so let's go with their. And it's a shame that this band couldn't stay together, but it was, oddly enough, it was the brothers fighting each other all the time that just they couldn't they just couldn't they couldn't put it together. All right, so definitely Maybe is their debut album. It was released in 1994. The biggest hit that you probably all heard, even if you were not into this music, was Supersonic. A lot of TV shows use it. I think My So-Called Life use this as their opening theme song, and that's the show with Claire Danes. That was in the 90s before she got big. And I have it bought up. So it has 11 tracks on it. Rock and Roll Star. I've heard them all, but this is back in the 90s where not everything that you released got on the radio. So you would have to listen, like I've always said, with college radio and all these other places that you could call into a college radio station and they would play the B-sides for you. So Rock and Roll Star, Shake Maker was a big one.
All right, I'm back.
Forever was probably the second biggest song on the album. Bring It Down, Cigarettes and Alcohol, Digsy's Dinner, Slide Away, Married with Children. And then there was bonus tracks on there called Whatever, Sad Song, and Cloudburst. You had to like play it all the way through. And then the vinyl version had different ones. But Live Forever and Supersonic was the top song. To be honest with you, they would come out with other albums. They would come out with another album called What's the Story, Morning Glory, and that would have Wonderwall. I actually think Wonderwall became their biggest hit overall. But the song that triggered me at that, I'm 20 back then. Just now, getting started. And like I always tell you guys, when it comes to this music, what kind of music I listen to is how I see things and how I see my creative process, whether it's doing an event, building a business, building everything else. If you came into my store and looked around, you could probably list off what kind of music I listened to. Oasis in the mid-90s was definitely one of those. They were one of those bands, and this album proves that just because you're doing power chords doesn't mean you're a hack at a guitar. Some people, and at the time, there were two bands that were really good at it, Weezer and them. And when you listen to Supersonic, which, like I said, is a signature song, you're getting overpowered by the drums and those power chords. And it's not because Noel Gallagher is can't play. That's the style he chose. And Supersonic is great. Live Forever. You and I are gonna live forever. That song. A lot of you guys are in an age group that you were probably born after this one goes. So once again, these songs, and I'm going to go ahead and put some of the examples of their music into the chat, so you guys can. I wish I could. I really, really, really wish I could play music on here without getting a copyright. This sucks. Oh well. One of these days, it'll all be ready to go. All right, so. All right, that's enough there because I want to get it kicked out. And then the way it opens with that nice heavy drum, and then it just driven by guitars, high notes, and then it just drifts into power. But I remember hearing the song for the first time, and it was like, so there you guys, it's in the chat. That's Supersonic. And then the other song that was on that album, the second biggest hit on that album, Oasis, was Live Forever, and I'm going to play this one. And there you go, copy video as well. So on your own time, or now if you want to, you guys can listen to it and you can understand what I'm articulating. I wish I could just play the songs for you. But this was a great album. It falls in between grunge, what was called grunge, and postmodern and alternative. It's in between there. It takes the rock that's always been in music, and it kind of fits itself in that time. It was a perfect album for that time. Like I said, they would release another album that came after this, which probably I didn't like as much, but it was probably their biggest hit. It was What's the Story, Morning Glory, and that's the one that has Morning Glory, but it also has Wonderwall, and there was a lot, and Don't Look Back in Anger. So this one had probably their three biggest hits of their career: Wonderwall, and that's maybe, and then Don't Look Back in Anger, and Champagne Supernova.
I guess that's the advice I need for tonight.
But I'm gonna put those in here, and a lot of people consider the album that came after the one I'm featuring to be their best album, and commercially, they might be right, but I think that signature sound, because they progressed beyond that sound. They progressed definitely. Maybe is like if you had to like play a puzzle game to where does this song fit, you would put it right on the time that it was released, and that's how special that album was. So this is going to be "Don't Look Back in Anger." I'm going to put that one in the chat. And like I said, I really want it to be something that you guys interpret on your own and just give it a try. I mean, at worst case scenario, if 2 minutes into it sucks, then turn it off.
I've already got my interpretation, and it came to me tonight.
Oh well, sorry, Brad. Brad is going to be okay, people. We just have to support Brad in this time.
Anthony had a question about. Let me pull it up here. Did the lead singer of Oasis end up doing a solo career like you saw with Phil Collins after he finished with Genesis Win, or was he mainly known for Oasis?
He did a solo career. He's still a solo performer. But he's always going to be known for Oasis. And his brother did his own solo band and everything else. But no matter what else they do, they're always going to be known for Oasis, just like the Beatles. All of those guys went on to do separate things. John Lennon went on to have his own Hall of Fame type of career. Ringo Starr was even making albums about really creepy stuff, in my opinion. George Harrison had his own. I got my mindset on you. He had a huge hit. All these guys went on to do very successful things separately. Paul McCartney is literally a rock god on his own outside of it. But they're all known for the Beatles. They're always going to be attached to the Beatles. So, but yeah, they all went on to do separate things, but they're all pretty much known for what they did. Same thing with what's that sound in the background? Is that you or the dog? Is that you writing down your list of grievances for I'm sorry. I'm as bad as the chat now. Making Brad suffer. All right, and there's Wonderwall, which, like I said, arguably is their biggest commercial. Their biggest commercial hit. Even though, like I said, I like Wonderwall, but it goes in they're going in a direction that's not as hard edge as Definitely Maybe is. And then you have Champagne Supernova, which I'm putting in there right now. I mean, and like I said, they're good songs, but like I said, it's sometimes you can't get away from that signature sound you hear from a band when you first hear them, and you're constantly wanting them to go back to that, even though you kind of know that they have to evolve if they're going to get any good. And here's Champagne Supernova.
It's I just dropped my headset. I was taking off and just kind of.
Yeah, it sounded like I thought the dog was trying to take over the show and admit that he was the one that made the donation.
No, he's barking right now. If you translate it from dog, he's protesting all of you.
All right. I think he's supporting them. I mean, the dog knows we're doing a good cause here. Look at that. I'm just 7,000.
Yeah, he's just saying do it with a better movie.
The dog's like, it was me. It's gonna be like on Game of Thrones where the Tyrell lady's like, tell Cersei it was me. I wanted to know it was me. And the dog's gonna be like, tell Brad it was me. I wanted to know it was me. All right, so I really love this album. Once again, it's one of those albums that takes me back, pre-internet, pre-cell phone, pre-all that. I know you guys are going to say prehistoric, but I wish I could take you guys in a time machine to see how cool things were in that era, because you had to physically and mentally take chances. You had to, if you wanted to go, you had to actually purchase a tape or an album, and yeah, I know we got Spotify and all that, but like I said, the physical act of getting up, going down, and immersing yourself in an environment to go purchase something like this, that was just a different risk, and you weren't going to hear these songs any other way. You had to physically purchase the stuff, and a lot of the times the B-side stuff was on there was better than the stuff like Smashing Pumpkins. No One Calling Any Impotent Sadness. They played all the shitty songs on the radio, but they didn't play the great songs like Bodies and all the great songs on the album. And that was what before the digital age. That was it. You had to I don't if it were just if all I heard from Peter Gabriel was Sledgehammer, I probably would have never fell in love with his music. I would have never picked up a Peter Gabriel album.
Well, Anthony has one kind of related to that, actually. Yeah. I thought, which Carson do you like better, the one with Peter Gabriel's lead singer, or the one with Phil Collins' lead singer?
Genesis for me is always going to be Phil Collins as the lead singer. I wasn't alive when they were breaking up as a band. I think I was like 2 when they broke up as a band. So Genesis has always been Phil Collins to me. Peter Gabriel in my lifetime has always been a single as a singles guy. In fact, I found out that he was part of Genesis much later. He'd already released So. And So is the album that has Sledgehammer, a song I cannot fucking stand. I hate that song. But I love Peter Gabriel.
Hey, everybody, chip in some money right now for something William hates. As long as we're
hell, you could stock a safe with the shit I've already expressed my hate for. Batman the animated series. Hey, there you go. Let's raise some money on.
Hey,
that
Spider-Man, donate right now, and then we'll do a watch party of every episode of Batman the animated series. If you don't get us over 8,000 tonight,
yeah, there you go.
2 can play at this game, guys.
It's that, yeah. So we were closer to 7 than we were to 8. Sorry. But like I said, I hated Sledgehammer. But when you get that album, though, there's so many other great songs on that album. And like I said, I physically had to take the chance on buying that album. Now you can just, like I said, I literally just gave you songs off of YouTube. You don't really have to take the chance anymore. But it's all good. But like I said, this was a time when the record industry was designed for you to get hooked on one song and take a chance on the other 11 that were on the album. And this was that kind of album. Great album. One of the best in the 90s. Like I said, Supersonic is on my constant forever playlist. I wish the band didn't have as much infighting, because I think they would still be together today. I'm glad they've made up as brothers, though, because that's more important than the band, is that they're family and that they're not fighting each other. So that's my turning point. Not even a turning point. That's just my influential album of the
yeah.
And
now, just love the comments here. Is that all the topics for tonight?
Yep.
Okay,
now
we're opening the floor. Okay,
get worse for you, Brad.
Oh no, it's not going to get worse for me, because I'll tell you right now, everybody watching right now, okay, because we're opening the floor. It's going to be open topic. We're going to be bringing people on the show. I got a message for every single one of you right now, laughing at me in the comments.
Okay,
right
do I need to do this? Should I drop this link in here? Are we going to have some issues?
Here's my message.
Like to fax me, press the star key.
All right. Usually I'm worried about the chaos that's going to come from our chat members. Tonight I'm more worried about Brad. So here we go.
Why can't we just talk about something fun, like the movie? What was it? The act movie? It just got canceled.
Oh, well, that'll probably come up too. But they're going to.
Yeah, no, that's more. No, I want that now.
They leave you alone for the most part. All you get is a blame Brad hashtag. You look at the scroll back to chat since you joined the show.
Yeah,
I'm the usual target.
Oh well, you're a little bit of a target tonight. Let me see. What was this one that Clint just dropped? Don't worry, Brad Williams' time will come in October.
Oh yeah, because he's going to do the duck. And I'm like, you know what? I will be over 10,000 by then. So, oh yeah, it's filling up. Hey, Chappie.
Hey,
stay on topic tonight, man.
I cannot tell you how excited I am that we're going to be watching one of my favorite comedies.
All right, well that's enough of him.
Yeah.
You can't come up in here shirtless. Only I can do that. Only the host could be here shirtless. You're gonna make Brad come on camera, in just his leopard shorts. All right.
Hold on for one quick second.
I was just kidding, but yeah. As long as you have moves, I guess. Okay, I can see. Hold on. For anybody says it, this collection of chaos bringers, I can see this is going to be.
Brad, I'm not even going to respond. That movie was a piece of shit. That movie series was a piece of shit.
Thank you.
Hey, but let's
one at a time.
Let's congratulate the viewers, the watchers, the contributors for getting us to 7,000.
Yeah, that's to me top priority.
And if we get to 8,000, I propose that we do a spoof movie marathon for 12 hours with no breaks for Brad. So get us to 8,000.
You're be a cold day in hell when I do that shit.
Yeah. For $1,000 extra dollars.
I don't know. Like I said in the chat, Brad, I don't know how a movie studio greenlit that franchise. I really do not understand. These movies are great. You guys are long. These movies are so funny.
No.
Chappie, I highly disagree with you. Those movies were crap. Like,
I'm not even gonna like argue. I'm just gonna let if you guys are anybody's sticking up for scary movie, I'm just gonna let you have the floor. I'm just gonna let you guys take
It's
that.
less
little
about
die
sticking
on
up for
that hill.
scary movie and more about watching you suffer, Brad.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
like watching you
The
suffer.
more you react, the more fun this is going to become. So try to react less. You like William was saying, meditate. Hit the box
you know
breathing
what?
up.
I
Punch a
played-
tree trunk or something, dude.
I'm
Get it
part
out of your
I'm
system.
part of, you should be angry at me, Brad, because I gave him the incentives. It's like because it was a good cause. Your suffering is going for a good cause, Brad.
And William, by the way, I was able to read Woman of Tomorrow. That comic book was awesome. I don't know how it wasn't made into a what's it called? Zack Snyder didn't make that comic book into a movie in his DCEU.
It just wasn't didn't get a chance. To be honest with you, yeah, he didn't.
That
get a
story
chance.
was out after.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it was just this didn't come out until 2021, 22. So
No, I'm talking about the original. I thought there was an original that was released earlier.
I
Woman of
think he's
Tomorrow
talking
came out
about
earlier.
the movie tie-in comic that car escaped out of the pod and walked away and shit on here.
Somebody's
Brad, disposable income and your pain makes me happy.
Oh, so are you confessing to that little donation there?
Oh, sure.
I wasn't gonna out him, but
that wasn't me. That's not me.
So we're doing Scary Movie 1 or what?
Whichever one.
They're all bad. They're all bad.
I mean, you can just pick one at random. You can pick any one of them at random. It's not like you're picking some misunderstood masterpiece.
Brad, can you explain to me how a movie studio even greenlit that? Like allowed a director to even direct those movies? Like that's how horrendous those. Did those movies even do well in the box office, William?
Well, the first one did, and they kind of went downhill from there. I think the third one was pretty. As far as like what led to the green lighting, it was two things: it was hubris and cocaine.
The first one is great. The first one is great. It's a starter.
Isn't that how half of the movies come out?
One at a time. This is one of my biggest fears on a panel. So because everybody wants to go, but we'll go one, and then we'll go to the next. And so
but isn't that how most movies, like famous people, like these famous directors, make their half of their most best-selling movies off drugs, basically, and these singers, like, let's be honest, half of those songs, like I heard Shaker Maker from that Oasis album. I'm like, were these guys high on drugs when they were doing this?
That in the 90s, drugs was a big issue. That was remember you had a lot of suicide.
All I want to say to Brad is I told you not to disturb me when I'm trying to vacuum my room.
Okay.
So William, by chance, did you?
Hold on, Anthony. I'll come back to you. All right, who's next? I want everybody to get their say when we have these minutes playing.
Yeah, get your say on justifying this piece of shit that I have to suffer through now.
This is evil, Brad.
I'm just to have a little fun.
Oh, this is Nightmare Brad. This is Nightmare Brad under the anti-life equation. He's roasting motherfuckers because I'm pissed off.
That's funny. That's the truth. He doesn't like anything that's funny. These are some of the funniest movies you'll ever see.
They're not some of the funniest movies ever, Chappie.
Oh, no.
You're taking a little too far.
The first one
Howard the Duck is funnier than that crap.
But this is one of the cleverest spoof movies you'll ever see. This one is hysterical.
Okay, you took it too far there. Superhero movie.
I'm a fan of I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker. That's my favorite one.
I have not seen that, so I can't. And in fact, I think Thornton.
I saw that with the family. That one's not bad because it's spoofing exploitation movies.
So
if you know what it's doing, then it does its job. It's just
great.
not. Yeah.
The beginning gotta go another team.
Fly Guy accepts his award.
Yeah, bitch better have my money. Exactly.
Not all, not half, but all my cash. Or, I laugh, and I don't laugh a lot on those movies. And then when he's getting chased down the sidewalk and his goldfish boots are
You gotta laugh at least once, Brad. during the movie.
Yeah, and when out of this, I just died a little in the side reading that.
No, see, all right. See, my favorite one is Scary Movie 4 because it has actually good comedy skits and moments.
No, they don't.
Listen how bad he's getting.
The first Scary Movie, is all about like raunch humor and shock value, while the other one actually has comedic jokes and skits in it. Scary Movie 4 is the best one.
I didn't make it that
Yeah,
far.
but that's like being the thinnest kid at fat camp.
Wow.
Like
This
that movie
wait, hold
Heavyweights.
But
This
not the fattest kid at
transformation
fat camp.
is disturbing me.
Yeah, Brad's kitty's claws are coming out.
His voice, I didn't know you had this.
He's
range.
going through puberty right in front of us.
Look, Cappy, come back on here, man. It's like, okay, if you guys are gonna torture me, I want all of you here for it, okay?
Can we get Aaron?
Brad,
or Ruth
I'm on your
the-
side. I'm the only one with common sense on this
Well,
panel.
me too, but like I said, I'll sell out for a good cause. I think these movies are awful, but once again,
Now they're awesome. Now that you got your money, though, right? Awesome.
yeah, well, now
awful
the
movies.
AFSP has their money. I don't have to.
Chappie,
That's
you're
what I'm
welcome.
saying. I'm saying the donation. The donation.
Listen, Chappie,
Sure.
Chappie, you're welcome on the stream, but I just have to.
Where did
I'm
he
just
go?
gonna have to cry myself to sleep tonight or something.
Did he go on his own? Sometimes he phases in and out though. His internet.
Yeah.
William's like, I've been watching Scary movies for years.
Yeah. I
All of
mean,
a sudden,
You
So,
guys
Brad,
have to
you-
deal with. Wait, you guys have Frontier over where you are with him, or no for your
Frontier.
internet?
no, I have Cox. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
So, Brad, what do you think about the haunted house movies made in the same vein?
So we're jumping from one masterpiece of direct to another.
Uh-huh. Yeah. What do you
I
think?
mean,
if you compare the two franchises, what do you think?
I mean, so you're asking me to compare like horse manure to like fresh dog shit?
There's your answer. There's your answer. You kind of just answered your question, Spidey.
It's the reactions are the funniest part. I could, this is fun.
Yeah, Haunted House was decent.
You and me, me and William are the only ones with common sense on this.
Well,
on the
it's
stream tonight.
subjective. It's all subjective. We think they're horrible movies, but you know what? They made somebody laugh to the tune of
Yeah, somebody.
No.
For some
For
reason
me,
made them laugh.
Like the only funny thing about that movie was the ridiculousness of it. Like it wasn't funny because it was for funny's sake. It was just funny because of the ridiculous bullshit that it was.
We got a new guy coming into the stream tonight. Mr. Nick, how you doing, man?
What's up,
Nick? Hey, Nick, is that
Hello.
Hey, you had before I forget, you said something in the chat the other day. I was trying to
Can you hear me?
respond to you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Clear.
Go ahead.
Maybe a delay.
No. Go. What were you saying, William?
You were saying something in the chat the other day, and I couldn't get back to you in time to answer it, and I couldn't get what you were asking me. But the other night, if you can remember, but if you can't, just message me or put it in the comment section when you remember what it is, because I recognize you as a new person in the chat, and I wanted to acknowledge what you had said. But you were asking me a question, and we never got to you a chance. I didn't want to neglect you there.
I think we can all agree, though, at least one of their comedy movies is the funniest. White Chicks.
I actually hated that movie.
Oh my god!
I actually hated that movie. It's just something. annoyed
Terry
me
Crews is
about
pretty
that
good.
movie.
Then Terry Crews is pretty good, and I'll give it that.
Spider-Man.
Yeah,
Anybody
those
else?
I
have
don't
one?
remember what the question was.
Go ahead, Nick.
I was just saying I don't remember what the question was right now.
Okay, I guess. I mean, I guess I could.
How about
must not
Norbit?
be here.
Were these
No,
the same
not even in the
that's
same
when Eddie
group.
Murphy was going through that phase, and
Yeah.
it's just,
Yeah, Nick, I'll go ahead and ask: are you my friend or foe tonight when it comes to scary movie? Because I'm kind of getting ganged up on here.
Oh no. I just came to tell. Oh man. I'm sorry. I'm everybody's friend, but
He's a politician.
I love Scary Movie, bro. I'm sorry.
Hey, Nick, you're welcome here. All opinions are welcome here, man. All
right,
opinions are
Nick.
welcome.
I like it.
Welcome to our community. I disagree with you, but welcome to our community. You're as welcome here as anything.
Hey, somebody get out here and help Brad out. That's not Anthony, because he's got
Hey.
Anthony and William's not even helping him. None.
Hey Nick,
William
tell
was
us a
tagging.
little about yourself. Tell us a little about yourself, Nick. Where's your fandom lie at? What are you into?
Chappie's back, showing himself again with the Scary Movie.
Hey guys, just had to put my Blu-rays away.
Yeah,
Oh,
please keep them away.
You're on mute, Nick.
You're muted, Nick.
Nick, you're mute, man. But as
I'm
far
sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback here. I'm just trying to figure out if it's me or you guys.
It's them. So everybody be quiet. We want Nick to introduce himself. How you doing? What's your fandom? What kind of stuff are you into, Nick?
Hi, yeah. My name's Nick. I've been into a lot of different sci-fi my entire life, and I like comics, and it's my first time coming across a community like this, so I'm pretty interested.
Well, we're an interesting bunch, as you can clearly see.
Welcome to the Sci-Fi Center.
Man. And as far as what you just mentioned about Scary Movie,
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
That
Are you like,
something's wrong with StreamYard tonight, guys. So if you're trying to pull up,
And Nick, are you into like Marvel, DC, both, Star Wars? What's your poison?
Yeah.
I'm I'm into both. It's just lately a lot of them has been letting me down recently.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, it sounds like me talking about the chat.
Brad, this is not about you.
Like the best stuff most recently I've come across is like
Hold on, go ahead, Nick.
in the comics. Some of the best sci-fi I've come across most recently has been in the comics.
What comics are you reading?
Oh, say that again, Spider-Man.
What do you like to read, Nick?
Yeah, there you
go. What's the furthest place from here? Something's killing the children.
That's a good.
Oh, AKA Scary Movie.
Brad, come on, let him go. Something's Killing the Children by Boom Studios is one of my fastest growing sellers. Also, as a matter of fact, let me go get some of the stuff.
You didn't tell us about that, Williams.
Oh, Droga's here to get in on the fun of picking on me.
So is this Brad, we're not picking on you, we're celebrating with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yo, Droga.
Feel the celebration, Brad.
What up?
Feel it.
One of these days, you guys are going to look back on this night and you're going to think, what the fuck was I thinking?
We're going to look back and laugh. Hopefully you will too.
Brad, do you think that the stream when you guys react to all these scary movies is going to be as a disastrous of a stream as Howard the Duck?
Howard the Duck was not disastrous.
I need to go back and watch Howard the Duck. I paid for that stream and I never even watched it.
You didn't even show up. Yep, I remember.
I think it's probably going to be one for the record books. I mean, I'm definitely going to have to restrain myself.
Hey, $100 says Brad is going to be tickled pink.
I'm going to have to restrain myself from jumping through the computer and doing something bad.
Yeah. This is actually
the new issue?
Oh yeah. Droga, you mentioned you've done some Red Lantern sketches. So,
yeah, I got the new issue. I think the new issue sold out, but I went and got some back issues today. Something's Killing the Children has actually been one of the things I took a risk on, and it's actually done really well. It's actually done really. At Boom Studios in general has been a go-to for me right now.
They're doing great. They're doing great.
Yeah, it's getting harder to get through distribution, but it's worth it when I get them. But when I hang these up, they go. And
what
another
is that
one,
about, William?
What's up? It's about a mystery about something killing the children.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
No. I know that, but is it?
It's like a horror. It's a little bit like it's like horror.
Yeah. It's like a scary movie almost.
Think X-Files-ish.
Yeah.
Another one that's really doing well since I started getting it is Kill Your Darlings, and their covers are all cool. I love this cover. I took a picture of this and put it on.
I gotta check that out. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Who's the publisher on these?
What's up?
Who's the publisher on these?
What's the publisher? This is Image.
Okay.
This is Image, and all the covers are great. Another thing.
Sorry.
When did Kill My Darlings come out? Is that
Kill My Darlings? about 3. I have them all. And I think it came out about 4 months ago, 4 or 5 months
Okay,
ago.
so it's fairly new. Okay.
It's fairly new, and the issues are cheap. You don't have to worry about getting gouged. Another one, if you're into vampire, if you've ever heard of an artist called Charles Muth from the mid-90s, he did Havoc versus Wolverine and all that. He was an excellent paint artist. This Dracula, they've done a Universal Monsters, but it's a really more graphic one. But blood on the cover and everything. It's painted covers, and the inside is great too. Dracula is great. It's an independent. It's another Image comic. Image is actually reshaping their brand lately.
You don't see too many painted covers anymore.
No, and you know why? They take forever, and publishers don't like it if you can't paint fast because you're off a schedule.
Yeah.
It puts your book, like, the people who can get away with doing painted covers on a regular are mainly Alex Ross. And that's because Alex Ross, even though he paints, he's notoriously fast. Alex Ross can do something like this. When he did Kingdom Come, he did it in record time. And not only did he do the covers for Kingdom Come, all of them paint. This Kingdom Come is cover to cover him painting.
I almost bought that.
You should get it. This is something that everybody should have in their stable. These are the kind of books like this. This is all painted. These are the kind of books, and what I showed you guys with like Woman of Tomorrow. You don't have to be a historian and Wonder Woman, and then a book like this. Like I featured it. In fact, I have
New Frontier is awesome.
New Frontiers. I can hand this to anybody that comes through the store. You don't even have to be a collector yet. If you came in and you know about these characters, I can put this in your hand and you'll be okay. I can put Kingdom Come in your hand and it gives you a starting point. And then most of the people I do that, they come back. Like I'll have kids, I'll have families come in, right? And some of the locals, they'll come in. Their kids know what they want, but their parents are like, "Oh, I used to collect comics, and then, but I've gotten too far away from it." You get them this. Doesn't matter how far they drifted away. You get them Kingdom Come, they're fine. You get them this, they're fine, and they can dive back in, and then they can wherever they go after you get them in is on them. But these are the ones that get them in. But these Image is really having Image and Boom Studios are really having good years as far as putting out not just good content, but it looks good. The art, the cover art is grabbing in the middle stuff. So yeah, Something Killing the Children, Kill My Darlings, and there's a couple of other ones that I'm playing around with. But I have all of the Something Killing the Children. I have all of Kill My Darlings, and like I said, they have a bunch of variant covers too. So, but they're all they're not expensive. None of the stuff that I have in my hand will bankrupt you. So that's my favorite thing about it. Is like I said, I love to make money. I love to make money. But if you blow your wad and you don't feel like you've gotten good value, you're not going to come back. I would rather you come back at $10 a week, $20 a week, than gouge you for 70, and then I don't see you for 3 or 4 months because you feel like you didn't get value. So
is that Something Killing the Children? Is that like a continuous, ongoing story, or is it like a continuous?
Oh yeah, it's still going. It's constantly growing. There's a couple of
number 28. Right, this is number 28 right here. Yeah, it's not a limited series. It's ongoing.
So Nick, have you read Kingdom Come? I know you said that you were thinking about picking them up, but have you read it before?
Where'd you go? Oh,
I didn't read it. No.
Okay.
William is very much a proponent of it here on the show. So he's very much an advocate of it, is particularly when it comes to not just its worth as an Elseworlds DC story, but also like you obviously said many times, it also has great potential to be adapted, cinematically, which I very much agree with.
Well, beyond even all that, the art is just amazing.
Hey, good Wonder Woman there, man.
Scary Movie was adapted from a comic.
You could adapt this
to the worst comic ever written.
You could adapt this to a movie, and every generation would be able to walk through the door, and no one would be alienated with this type of movie like this. So.
Oh, I was asking a question in the BVS stream. I'm not sure if you guys were able to answer it, Brad, but when I rewatched BVS, I don't know what it was. I couldn't get fully into the. I liked parts of the movie, but I couldn't get fully invested in the whole movie. I like the beginning, I like the end, but I got lost in the middle of the movie. Like I don't know what happened.
Are you talking about today?
Yeah.
Well.
Where do you get lost at?
Yeah. I'm not. What kind of lose you, man?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, because my I have autism, and my autism makes me lose focus, and there was like points where the dialogue got so much that it took me out of it. Like,
well, I mean, like Spider-Man said during the stream today, I mean, it is a very dense movie. So,
which moment do you think it was?
What do you when you are looking at the middle parts, Anthony? What parts do you like? So when you're in some of those parts where it kind of is
the only one I like is like I'm the minority. I like the Ma and Pac, the Martha scene. I'm the only one
that's a fine scene. Yeah.
No, we were all speaking very highly of that today.
No, because I thought I remember you guys saying, well, Brad, you said you were going to like go crazy because do you not understand why people hate that? Why do people hate that scene? I don't understand.
Well, it gets boiled down to a lot of just they just stop fighting because their moms have the same name. It's very over. A lot of the language detractors of it tends to be very oversimplified in terms of Batman just stopped with his assassination mission on Superman because he found out his mother had the same name, which is again just a very 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 simplistic reading of it.
And I've said this multiple times. I don't see Lex at all with this Lex Luthor. I see Alexander. I don't know what I don't see Lex Luthor that you see in the comics. I see his son.
That's because this is Lex Luthor's son.
Well, no, that was something that got like floated around like in the immediate aftermath. But
Anthony,
a way
I would probably recommend looking at it is take into account that Lex has everything that he planned for ahead of the movie. And everything that you see him doing is executing another successful stage of the plan. If you look at it that way, it might. That's the way I see it. So that's why I see him as a very comparable to the Lex from the comic books, because he's.
No, the reason why I say Alexander is because he's very immature on how he's putting the plan into action. So like he overreacts to what Batman and Superman are doing, and he. By the end, when they start fighting, is when you see Lex's plan go into act. Like him, he becomes how am I going to explain this? He becomes more mature throughout the movie. Like at the beginning of the movie, when it's not working, you see him like acting very immature and impulsive. But as the movie goes on, the impulsiveness disappears. Do you see that, Brad, too?
Yeah. Well, also, go ahead, Spider-Man.
Would you say then that based on the way you're saying it, maybe he's playing around or he's more playful in the beginning of the movie, and as the stakes get higher and he gets closer to his overall goal, he becomes more maniacal?
Yeah, no, he starts out as Alexander. He ends as Lex.
Okay.
Real quick though, before I forget, here's another one I was for you, Nick. Also, if you're not reading this already, it's another Boom Studio. It's Grimm. It's based on that. It's a nice brutal one for you.
I definitely got to add that to the list.
Yeah, so Grimm is like I said, you really can't go wrong with Boom Studios right now. And then most Image, I mean, the Spawn stuff is there, but they're really branching out. They're becoming what they were originally in 1992, but to a much more effective degree. So
I agree, William.
Well, no, Boom. They also publish Keanu Reeves' comic book, Berserker. So they're really good with that too.
Hey, William, what's it called? Is Dark Horse starting to become more popular again, or no?
They're about as popular as they were back in the day, which is they've always been steady. I sell more Image than I do Dark Horse. I do sell Dark Horse, but Image, like I said, when you look at what Image is doing right now, it's literally they're doing things that they're breaking their own code as far as like a lot of gore on the covers. Like you can get an A, B, or C cover that's like smeared with blood, pretty much. So they're doing a better job of packaging their story with their covers than a lot of other people. A lot of people are doing. If you look, there's a lot of variants. There's variants that don't have a lot to do with the actual story. Image is doing variants that are like right.
You got the Blood Axe book.
Yeah, that's supposed to be dropping this Wednesday, right? It's the second issue.
that the second one? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
that should be. I should get that on time because that the adjustment for the order. Same thing with the Ultimate stuff with Black Panther, Ultimate Black Panther 2. After these people that are inflating the prices have at it, then the prices come down.
I like it. I don't see. There's a lot of comic book readers that's hating on it. It's not that bad. It's
You're talking about
it's
Rebel
not bad
Moon?
at all. Is what I mean.
Well, Black Panther, Ultimate Black Panther.
Black Panther.
No, I was talking about the Rebel Moon.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's.
Well, I've enjoyed it. I mean, I've only read the first issue so far because that's it's
Yeah.
only it's been out, but I've enjoying it so far, and then looking forward to seeing it.
And
Play
you said
through here.
in general, your distributors are struggling to distribute all the new Ultimate releases for Spider-Man and all that. Iron Man.
The problem is it's not as well. The distributors losing copies doesn't help. Like 1,000 copies, that screws little guys like me. But it's a lot of who's buying them. It's a lot of the people that are getting to places are buying them, not because they're speculating buying. Because like I said, before Ultimate Black Panther #1 even came out, there was somebody pre-selling it on eBay somewhere for $60. And like I said, I'm all about profit. I'm all about business. But you had the most important thing between a retailer and their customer is consistency and trust. You have to trust me that I'm doing what's best for your long-term collectability because that means a lot to me. And like I said, you blowing your wad on $60, you're going to walk out of here with a $60 fucking comic book that's at best $20-25 at best. Are you going to come back? How are you going to feel about your money? Even if you like me and I did that to you, you may like me, but I put a crunch in your financial situation. If you're going to come drop 60 or 70, I would rather you walk out with a stack, than one book, because like I said, you're more likely to come back to me. If
Aaron actually has one here. Question: Steph has already saw the Avatar comics in your store. I got Aaron. I got you going.
Not currently, but this section that you guys can't see, it'll be in that anime.
The manga section.
I consider anime and manga, so it'll be in there.
Hey, Brad, we're gonna get you going with Scary Movie though.
Say, Droga, I saw you pull up a little Red Lantern picture there. Was that Kara?
Yeah, that was a sketch you had done. Yeah.
Was that Kara Zor-El as a Red Lantern?
I want to ask you, what did you guys? Hey, Brad, what did you think of the coyote thing situation?
No, that was just that was an original character someone one of my friends made.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but the one go ahead and repeat that, Chappie, and please tell me it's not
what
Scary
did you
Movie related.
Think of the coyote situation? How do you think this will?
I think the movie is almost definitely better than Scary Movie.
Okay, let's seriously answer that question. No, all right, hold on. Time out. Till the end of the show, Scary Movie is banned.
It's a ban.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they're going to honor that request, William.
No, because we got 10 people, we got 9 people in here, and I don't want it to keep coming back to that, and so.
Well, then you need to add Brad because he's brought it up more than anyone.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't throw down $250 for it.
Hey, I thank you for that. Listen.
Brad secretly loves Scary Movie. He just does one.
The fuck I do.
We're back on it.
All right. Why cut you? What are we asking about that?
He's asking like my thoughts on the.
How do you think it will affect the industry going forward? You think they're going to start doing a lot of tax off with some movies?
No, because this is a limited. And this is what people don't understand. This is not something they're going to be able to do forever, even if they wanted to. When you merge a company like this, a company in debt. When you merge a company that has a certain amount of debt, you are allowed a certain amount of writing off to be able to shrink that debt. You only have that tool for maybe 12 to 18 months, something like that. I forgot the actual law that affected, but it's a tax break to lessen the blow of corporations merging, and they want that there because a lot of times it helps with redundancy, and when you have to lay off a lot of people, you don't have to. That fucking bird is back. You don't have to. You don't have to lay off and cut and consolidate as much if you have these tools, and the government wants that because they don't want you firing everybody once you have a merger. They know you're going to have to do that to a certain extent, but these kind of tools, but you only have them for a certain amount of time. So they have to use them while that time window is open. And if you're going to use these tools, use them on some shit that you never that wasn't yours. I mean, you're creating a new company, you're doing new business going forward. You can't control if somebody made bad decisions and spent a lot of money and didn't control their budget on something, and that you inherited that, So I think they're making the right business decision.
You could be right about that. I just kind of feel bad for the people involved.
Yeah,
you know,
but hey, they got
especially
paid.
James Gunn.
They got everybody involved with these movies that are being written off got paid. It's not like they got you know.
But it's like Patrick Swayze in Point Break. It's not about the money.
Yeah, it is.
We lose Nick.
Well, hold on. This is not a charitable organization. Movies are not charitable organizations. Everybody's in it for the money. You know, that's why they negotiate that. But like I said, it sucks for those people on a spiritual level. But at the same time, you can't. Nobody on this screen, nobody on Vodka Stream, nobody anywhere would let me fleece you out of and make you lose money. You just built something, right? You just spent money building something, whatever the fuck it is. I don't care if it's a pizza. I don't care if it's a computer. You built something. You invested a certain amount of money into it, right? Now, why the fuck would you take less than that? Why would you take a loss just because I want to lowball you? No. And if there's another way out, you take that way out. It's better for them to take the tax advantage than take a loss.
Well, but the filmmakers will probably be mad. So
why isn't any of these studios willing to do nothing but lowball on it? All they wanted to do is break even.
But the filmmakers will
this
probably be
applies
mad.
to the subject, William. I understand money is important, but you don't believe these directors when they say some of these movies are a passion project and they're just doing it out of the goodness of their heart, and they don't want to. They say they don't care how much the box office makes. They just made it because they wanted it.
I think there's got to be a balance.
Watch this, Chappie. Watch this. Sci-Fi Center is a passion project, right? But if I lose money and I make dumb decisions, this is what happens when I turn on the light switch. Right? This is what happens. See that? All the lights go out except for these. Now I'm going to be mostly in the dark
but William,
instead of this.
But William, I think the point that's being touched on here. Yes, you're a business. You're the seller. You're the host for the product being sold. But the art itself has to pass muster. And if they make broad art for everybody to have the lowest common denominator of people be satisfied, it'll sell out faster than burn out as people. I mean, this was what pulp was before comic books came out. It oversaturated everything. They gave everybody what they wanted all the time. They didn't deviate from the formula.
I'll be right back, guys.
They didn't deviate from the formula at all, and then that collapsed on itself. I think movie making's there has to be some of what Anthony's saying, or even some of these comic books. You're pointing out independent books that are not for a broad audience that one day might become something big and drive your business in the future.
But if we're not open to sell them, it doesn't.
Right, no, I
matter.
understand. You're the
distributor.
It's not. He's not the distributor. He's the business.
No, I'm the vendor.
I want to use a different word because
I'm the vendor.
No, what is it? What do they call what are the movie theaters? What are they called? They're
the studios.
No, the theaters themselves.
Oh, the theaters are the exhibition.
Exhibitionists. That's the role you play in this analogy. You understand what I'm saying? So of course you need to have the lights on. You need to have the popcorn for the point of the analogy. You need to have the popcorn flowing and people buying concessions and buying all the sideshow stuff in the store. But ultimately, Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, if you want to use the example, Bob Kane, so on and so forth. All these people took risks. And if they didn't take these risks, your business wouldn't even exist.
But that doesn't apply
the
to
theater
this
wouldn't exist if they didn't
get
get outside of the movie making formula. Like there has to be experimental films out there. There has to be
I understand.
big expensive risks out there.
Here's the difference though. Here's where that falls apart though.
Right.
Is we're talking about a company that greenlit this that is no longer around. That probably shouldn't. I'm not saying Wile E. Coyote and Acme should never have been made at all. I'm saying that you have to do it within the context of your financial structure. They could not do this because they inherited a bunch of bullshit from people who mismanaged an entire. They made mismanaged.
Yeah, I'm not litigating that. All I'm pointing out is the point that Anthony's making. I think that because this comes up a lot, and it's not necessarily
because people don't want to look
right. But what I'm saying is, and thanks for giving me the exhibitionist for the analogy. That's exactly the role you play. You have to have hits coming out all the time to keep the lights on. You want to make money. You got to turn a profit. You got to pay people. So of course you want the best possible product to be on display at any given time. And if that means do it by the formula because that's going to keep consistent business for you, of course that's what you're interested in. The creator's not, and the creator's going to drive your business in the future. Is my point.
But
So there's a break even point. There's a balance. You got a new donation, by the way. But there's a balance.
Better not be saying anything about bad.
But there's a balance that needs to be achieved for this whole industry to be what it is, right? So
yes, you are 100% correct under normal circumstances. Okay. Everything you're saying is spot on under normal circumstances.
I'm just supporting Anthony's point. That's all.
Yeah, but even that, everything you guys are saying would be applicable to a normal circumstances. This is not it, and that's what people need to understand. This is not a normal.
They're merging with another company, is what you're trying to say, and they have to cut the fat.
Not only that, they're merging with a company that had $29 billion of debt, that was devalued by that same amount, that had poor decision making, and somebody you can't tell someone to lose money.
Another $100 donation.
Yeah, let me scroll down real quick. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to bring this up. Yeah, from the Gambler, $100. Martha, friend of your son. Okay, thank you very much. Gambler. Cool.
That's also Nick, like our. You got a question. Yeah. Nick's got a question in the chat from Ruth.
Yeah, for Nick.
Go ahead and bring it up, Brad.
Or question for Nick. Who's your favorite DC or Marvel characters?
See, favorite DC character, it would have to probably be Batman. Okay. Favorite Marvel character, it'd be the X-Men. Not really a character, but so much as the run of books.
Okay.
Yeah, the team itself.
Hey, I got a follow-up question for you, Nick, and this is for William too.
Yeah.
Are you a Batman the Animated Series fan?
I'm not. I'm not the only one who's going to be getting dogpiled tonight, William.
Yes, of course I am.
Well, thank you. This man has high taste and high class. You should learn from this gentleman, William.
Too. What about you, Anthony? You Batman the Animated
Series? Hold on, guys. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. What is going on?
With what?
Are you getting a little feedback, maybe, William?
I'm muting everybody to make sure who this is. What is that?
That's my fan. Sorry.
Can you turn that off?
No, you know what that is right there? That's the sound of a scary movie not being played.
Okay, whoever it is going to get us copyright struck and taken down.
That movie brought a lot of people joy. Damn it!
Yes, it did.
All right, whoever's playing that, I need whoever's playing that to stop. I need whoever.
What's playing?
Playing what?
Can you hear? Hold on.
I'm not hearing anything.
I don't hear anything.
Drogo, you playing anything?
Oh, it's from.
Is it me, William?
No, it's remember when we were earlier in the game. I'm gonna unmute you guys. StreamYards, fuck you guys tonight. Remember how I was trying to load that interview for Piglet?
It's kicking that over. Wow!
It just now came up.
Oh,
how fucking long ago was that?
Oh man,
that was the beginning of the stream. That was like 2 hours ago at least.
It just now came up.
You had your Piglet thing already?
Huh?
Worth, you missed everything, dude. You were gone for
shit! It says you've been on for 3 hours.
Yeah, I started at 8.
We started an hour early than we usually do.
Yeah,
we want to play that interview.
Panel to it. So
can we go back to True Detective spoilers?
I already did that.
I mean, we're here live now.
But I have to set the whole spoiler thing up again. I don't want to have to because there's some people who won't watch it until tomorrow night.
What were you asking me? Sorry. Someone was asking me about Batman the Animated Series.
Oh yeah, Nick. Somebody was asking Nick if he was at Batman the Animated.
What about you, Drogo? Are you a fan of Batman the Animated Series?
We're just making our rounds to gang up on Julio.
Yeah.
Who are these people that are
Because
fans
I
of
have
the
to.
Batman animated series.
I have to suffer
And
through something
William,
terrible.
if you're not a fan of the Batman the Animated Series, just watch the Arkham cutscenes, or even better, play the games.
Yeah.
How about
pretty
this?
much just the grown-up version of that.
Yeah. Arkham is the version of the animated series you would want to see.
I already have that by reading the comics and watching.
But Arkham, it's better. It's not better than comics. But it's amazing.
I was never a fan of the animated series. Batman the Animated Series. I got into Batman with Batman Beyond.
Yeah, Batman Beyond is off the chain.
Oh,
you're gonna
part two. Piss William off even more.
Is goated, and that's what I always say to William: is Batman Beyond is goated because it's basically a continuation. It's a 14-year-long universe that gets completed. William, you're always talking about how they don't finish shit. They finish the fuck out of that shit, dude.
They don't finish good.
Finish the fuck out of that shit. They started from Batman. Go all the way through his career. I can tell you all the different parallels and how time passes and all that shit and everything. It's very intricate. And you're mad because they can't kill some fucking people on Y7. You have a fucking conniption every time, bro. This is like amazing. You know and there's like 9 bad episodes.
I don't wear diapers anymore. I always tell you.
There's like 9 bad episodes total, and the shit is amazing. I just told you the other day. What is Gotham 2039? Right? It's Blade Runner Batman. Come on now, it's Batman Beyond.
Nonsense.
Oh my gosh, Terry McGinnis is off the chain.
Soft and cuddly. Soft and cuddly. Please, mommy, can I have some soft and cuddly Batman? I can't take the real shit.
It's not that we can't take the real shit. It's just William. It's a different universe. It's a different universe.
Hold on, Brad. You're determined to do this. You don't want to do this scary movie thing, so you're gonna get a copyright strike. That's gonna get.
It's just a different William. It's just a different universe that has a beginning, a middle, and an end.
But to me, my favorite animated wasn't Batman. I like Batman Beyond, but my favorite animated, like superhero stuff, was more Superman stuff. Like
I've been binge
like
watching
Justice League.
They didn't sanitize Superman though. They softened and cuddled Batman.
Oh my gosh, it's the same.
Well, how?
It's
Wait, you saying the dark?
Dude.
William, have you seen Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker? Tim Drake.
That's what he needs to watch. We need to do a watch along. I said that a while ago.
Oh, now would you guys be willing to donate for a watch along? Because we've now established William will put himself through that.
We're watching.
I think you should do it just on principles because. Like we just should do it on Wednesday. We should do it on a Wednesday night to watch Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker. You should just all the stuff you complain about from that show. That movie addresses what you would have.
Beyond is not my main target. That's not even my main target.
But it's the same story. It's the same story. There's an episode called Epilogue on Justice League Unlimited season 2, I think, or season 3. Yeah, they have that all tied up real nice.
Hold on. When you talk about Justice League Unlimited and some of the stuff that's come out in the last 7 or 8 years, that's not even on my radar.
That's
for
the same storyline. It's a 14-year-long, consistent season after season, year after year, no drop.
No. Stop. Hold on.
With movies,
what is the main thing? One of the main things about Batman the Animated Series that really, really fucks things up for me?
That they don't kill people because it's Y7.
No, that is part of it. But when it came out and what it cultivated.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I'll give you that. Okay, but then there was also a lot of inaccuracies that people were taking from Batman 1989, right?
Okay.
Right? So is this not the same thing?
Sort of, yeah.
So what's the problem here?
The problem is one was refined and beyond monetized. No, I'm telling you, this is it. This is my main issue with it. Is the influence that they basically made a kids cartoon out of something that should never fucking be.
And that influence kicked out so hard that the voice actors on The Killing Joke, which you always praise, are the Batman.
You're different. No, but before we even
get that got them there.
before you get to the Killing Joke, you've already softened and Play-Doh'd that generation to the point where Batman.
But William, it's a different universe. If we can acknowledge,
Hold on, Spider-Man. William, did you finish? Was that
See, I like Batman the animated series, but I agree with William. They sanitize Batman to the extreme. Spider-Man.
By the way,
like,
I'm
I don't know why they did that.
One of these Batman runs that has Batman going around being just admittedly a ferocious murderer.
William's going to point out when he killed Dr. Hugo Strange.
And by the way, it's like, I need to interject something real quick here because everything we're saying about his
1939
his problem with Batman the Animated Series stems more not from the show itself, but the impact it had and the influence it had on the character. And that goes to my problem with Scary Movie is the impact it had on comedy and on spoof movies, which is that it turned them all into. I know I'm not going to explode again. Okay.
Spoof movies rule. Sorry, Brad.
You got Chappie getting on you about the rules, Brad.
Paid the money.
Okay, so Chappie decided to take off early tonight, so we're going to continue.
This movie gave Allison Hannigan a career.
No, the movie that gave Allison Hannigan a career was
the Vampire Slayer gave her that career.
There was American Pie that gave her a career.
Yes,
and I would gladly take that over Scary Movie if I were in her
about How I Met Your Mother
with the pie, with the pie itself.
Yeah,
yeah. Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Well, you mean as opposed to the guy shoving his manhood through the glory hole and then stabbing the other guy through the brain?
This is a family show.
Fun has a relevant point for William, Brad.
Well, so William, you're sanitizing this show then. If you're saying it's a fan,
double reversal.
Let's see. Fun has here. Batman Beyond is going to be on the next Crisis movie. We will have the complete Batman family. Okay.
So,
okay.
That's the preview of the next Crisis that's coming out.
But here's the thing, though. What we've got, like I said, when you release that stuff, when you released it, you cannot. And I've explained this. I've explained this with the history and everything else. There are certain things that you cannot strip away the core of and still have them be the same things. And then when you do that, and that influence goes forward, that weight gets put on the interpretation of the character.
If you would actually just throw your biases aside, whatever, and you actually watch it, you would actually appreciate how many fucking storylines from comics they put in the show. So if
Which
you
show
actually
are you
are a
talking
comic,
about? Are we
I'm talking
talking
about Batman the Animated Series. I'm not talking about Superman or Justice League or anything. They do that in all those, but even in just Batman the Animated Series, they have storylines that are pulled from like older comic runs and different things like that. They don't do everything the same way, of course. It's 20 minutes when all the commercials are all pulled out. They have to have certain themes. In the first season and a half, he can't even punch anybody. He's actually just kicking everybody every time he has physical contact. When we get to the later seasons, it becomes an even better show. There's an episode called Over the Edge. You should just watch that episode. Before I ever hear you complain again, just watch Over the Edge. Don't complain ever again. Just get on HBO Max right now. Watch Over the Edge.
It was on Fox.
No, it's on HBO Max. It's on your favorite streamer right now. So go there and watch Over the Edge.
You're trying to defend errors that are not relevant to what makes me angry about that stuff.
It's one episode of the same show that you don't like. That's what I'm saying.
I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way.
When it was released is as much of damning as anything else about the content. What it was obviously awful for me as somebody who was a collector. But
it was released
when in the 90s when it was released. That generation took that soft spit and that influence. And they try. See, here's the thing. Hold on. I don't mind the fact that it exists. If it existed, like I watched Batman 66, but my grown ass, when I go to a new Batman movie, I don't expect them to do the whole surf dance and everything else. Like I said,
but when an episode of Batman 66 comes on, you look at it fondly. Like, oh, I used to enjoy.
But I do not let it influence, and I don't say
right. But nobody's letting
Batman movie. Batman doesn't kill. Oh my God!
Most people don't take that as the influence from Batman altogether, right? Like we've had 5 more
back on that
interpretations
series,
of Batman.
I have a question.
Since.
Looking back on BTAS. BTAS. Do you guys think it would have benefited instead of being on Fox, like a cable network like Fox that had to sanitize it because it was on national television, syndicated television? Do you think it would have benefited it instead of putting on like HBO or somewhere where they can do the violence that
we're about
William.
to find out. We're about to find out with the new show coming out.
I have a question for William. Wasn't
What's
it
up?
the Comics Authority that censored the comics into Batman not killing before the animated show did?
Here's what happened. So that's a good question. That's a good point. When Batman first came out, like it said in 1939, there was no code like that. Batman was kneecapping people with revolvers and throwing people off of buildings. What ended up happening is after World War II, and you went into the 50s and 60s, they came up with this code because everybody was afraid of the influence that comics was having on kids. So they came up with basically a bullshit comic book code that the main writers, if you had enough power as a writer, that code didn't mean shit to you. But Batman was their biggest seller. So we didn't always have the biggest writers on Batman, but it was always their biggest seller. So in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, they homogenized it. But what ended up happening is in the mid 80s, it went back to what Bob Kane and Bill Finger designed it to
Like
be.
we were
and
talking about KG Beast earlier, that story where
and then when Frank Miller did a lot to give us back that time that was wasted in those mid areas, because he brought characters back to what the original content creators meant for them to be, as close as they could be in the modern age. So when Frank Miller took over, and by the time Frank Miller came on Batman, you weren't telling Frank Miller no. You could have your code, you could have your rules. Chris Claremont and Frank Miller were going to do what they did. And if you didn't like it, they left your book. And if they left your book, they weren't going to sell, you know?
So is that the era then that answers Nick's original question?
What was his original question? Because we were all talking. Go ahead and re-ask that question, Nick, if you're still there.
Yeah. My original question was, what are these runs that I can read that has Batman running around being a ferocious murderer?
Not a ferocious murderer, but what I mean is the tone that happens. He's surrounded by ferocious murderers. Like if you go to Batman, hold on. Batman Year 1, Batman Year 2, Batman Year 3, The Dark Knight Returns, any era that Frank Miller is on, any era post 1986 to 1992, that is where Batman goes back to his original roots. From 1939 to about maybe 1952, 53, Batman was not murdering people, but people, if he was in a fight and somebody had to take a swim off of the top of a skyscraper, that happened. If he had to shoot somebody, he did. Those eras right there. But the original core of the character is he's surrounded, and that's why I like the Batman, because even beyond the Batman as a character, the environment around Batman is what Bob Kane meant for it to be.
Bill Finger, not Bob.
Both of them. Hey, listen, they both get credit. You know, we can.
Well, the movie we watched today was the first time he got the screen credit in a Batman movie.
I've always listened. The Joker and the Man Who Laughed. I've always personally, as a collector for all these years, I've always given Bill Finger and Bob Kane credit for it.
Well, they're both.
Is your one expensive issue?
So William, back to what?
Hold on. Nick, go first.
I was asking, is year one are these expensive issues you just named?
They sort of are. They sort of are, but
it's an animated movie as well. You can watch.
Do not watch that animated movie first, though, because there are things that are left out of that animated movie. Yeah, you can get year one in a trade paperback and for like about $13.
Mm-hmm. And William, in those old comics, they actually have I guess like Batman gives an explanation on why he kills to Robin that a lot of people gloss over. That kind of contextualizes when it's okay to murder people.
Well, okay, in the word murder, I don't think the word murder was used. See, murder is different in killing.
He said self-defense.
Yeah, because even Commissioner Gordon told him one time. Obviously, when Batman is not targeting someone to kill, if it happens within the context of what he's doing, that's one thing. And even Commissioner Gordon said, I would rather have you do what you need to do out there than have to deliver that letter or knock on the door of one of my cops that one of these guys killed. And obviously, he's not condoning murder, but if you're fighting a criminal on the top of a building and you're defending yourself and he gets killed in the process, that's not murder. That's it's homicide because it's unnatural death, but it's not murder. You see what I mean?
Is it a story is your one a story that goes across 4 books?
Yes.
But that comic book panel explains exactly just that, though, where he tells Robin why.
Yeah, you're right, but it's
you guys brought up the comic book code, William. I have a question. Would you say the comic book code affected DC a lot more because of the fact their comics, their superheroes were a lot more violent compared to Marvel?
It affected Batman more. Most of the comics, because you still had all kinds of shit going on in Legion of Superheroes. See, the bullshit about the comic books code, and which was a fucking farce, was if you weren't some of the mainline characters, they kind of stayed away from you. Like Legion of Superheroes wasn't like the top of mind when you talk of DC. It's Superman, Batman, so and so. So, outside of Frank Miller, those are the ones that a lot of these, not just the comic book codes, but the Senate, the Congress, they would target those books. All the while, there were all kinds of other stuff going on. You read Judge Dredd during that same era, that nobody cared, and not everybody adhered to the comic book code. It was the two major publishers that wanted to, because they wanted the parents to feel safe to buying their books. But like I said, if you could take any comic book from an era of the comic code, and it's like the PG-13 rating, it's bullshit. But they,
no, that's why I'm asking. Do you think? So it affected Batman a lot more
hurt
than
Batman the most, because Batman was a top seller that got kind of neutered by that. But unless you were Frank Miller,
I'd say the Joker was also muted a lot because
Batman in general, I include
he was
the Joker
turned into like a prankster.
No. What superheroes in Marvel did you think got affected? You said Batman got neutered. Was there certain heroes in Marvel that got affected by
Not
that?
as much, because a lot of those characters that were in that modern age that were created within that structure, the only characters you really had to worry about in the 80s, which is what the big era, would have been Daredevil and the X-Men. And you weren't, like I said, they would defend Chris Claremont during the X-Men heyday. Chris Claremont, go read X-Men in the mid 80s. I don't give a fuck about comic code in those books. Wolverine is disemboweling Donald Pierce. He maims Lady Deathstrike. He cuts every time he pops those claws, somebody gets maimed or killed, and with blood.
So you're saying Claremont,
purchased
Miller, and who else? Wait, back then, who got away with, like, you said Claremont, Frank Miller? Those are the only two that got away with the shit they got away with.
Major selling books.
Todd McFarlane, Denny O'Neil.
Todd McFarlane came later on, though. I mean, he was.
By the way,
at the end of it.
Wait, William, sorry to interrupt, but I mean, there's something.
I'm a Spawn junkie.
Oh, hell yeah.
Sorry. This is kind of a bit of a topic pivot, but I thought this might be kind of pertinent to all the pro wrestling talk we've been doing with The Rock in the last few weeks. But he's actually put out a bit of a response to a little bit of a little bit of shade that's been thrown his way. So I thought I'd go ahead and pull it up and get your thoughts on it. So,
will this just happen?
Yeah.
Is he coming back as Black Adam?
Well, I definitely would like that. But long story, it's about him getting booed, and this one journalist says links that to Oprah and The Rock promised tens of millions to the Maui fire victims, but many victims not seeing a dime, and they're booing at him because of that. And his response is, I typically refrain from responding to toxic false clickbait garbage like this, but because I hate data bullshit with the response. But when you use Hawaii's tragic events to draw attention to yourself, I won't stay quiet. The moment you're referring to is from our WWE press conference this past Thursday, where I turned heel. Wrestling parlance for bad guy. I'm playing it up with our crowd as they boo. It's what we do in our WWE universe. We all love every second of it. For the record, our People's Fund, the Maui, has already delivered over $50 million to over 8,000 survivors who were affected by the fires. And I'm grateful to the bone that we've been the primary funders. Hawaii is where I grew up, and yeah, so I won't read through the whole thing, but he's basically kind of debunking.
Coming soon.
Well, actually, I do. Well, Jumanji 4 actually, but
I watched that clip.
But yeah, just thought I'd bring that up, William, kind of get your thoughts on that, because you've of course this has been a topic.
He's doing what makes money, and like I said, what's going to end up happening is The Rock as a heel is money. Roman as a face is more money, and I think that's what this whole storyline is doing. People, okay, you all right, man?
You okay
there? People who they seem to forget this, and some of the most hardcore WWE fans seem to forget that this has been the way that they've been doing it for quite a while now. This isn't new. And if you think that what they're doing is they're not sitting down planning this ahead of time, then like I said, I got a flying goat with a unicorn horn. It's right here off screen, and I'll sell it to you for $1. But it doesn't exist because this is what they've been doing. these Triple H and WWE know their fans in many ways more than their fans know themselves. That's how they make their money. They knew the response that they were going to get. The Rock knew the response he was going to get. And like I said, these people aren't a bunch of dummies just rolling a dice and saying, "What do we do now?" No, they have this shit's been planned out.
So Willem, you're saying Triple H is not late Vince with all the crappy storylines, basically.
No, Vince McMahon, with all the stuff that's come out lately and all the stupid shit he's done in the last 20 years to kind of like make the product what it was. Prior to that, Vince McMahon was a visionary. Vince McMahon most people came into WWE when he was at his best. Unfortunately, for many reasons, he hasn't been at his best. He's lost touch. He has had a very archaic view of what wrestling was and what wrestling fans wanted, and it narrowed what WWE could do. It narrowed what type of stories they could tell. Triple H comes from a different generation that that he has a better touch on the pulse. So that's why the product has gotten better since Triple H has taken over. Not completely back to where it needs to be, but it's a lot better than.
I said this on Twitter once. Triple H is closer to the age of the fans that are in wrestling right now than Vince is. Like, he's so far removed from my generation of fans. Like, anybody 34 years old and younger, that he doesn't understand what our fan base, wrestling fans in general, my age, want and stuff like that. I think Triple H understands what our fan base want, like the fans younger than 34 and younger want, because he's closer to our age than Vince is and stuff like that. Vince was when you were a kid, basically. Like, he understands your generation.
He was the WWF that I knew. Real quick, Nick, I just put a link into the chat for if you want to pick up a cheap copy of Batman Year One. That's
I already pressed the order button.
Oh, there you go.
I purchased it already.
Oh, there you go. All right, look at it. My work here is done.
But that is
in
the chat.
Yeah. What's up?
Somebody was asking how to tip you in the chat.
Oh, here. But
here's a tip for you: don't watch a scary movie ever.
Here we go.
Oh, Jesus, Brad.
I am so happy with my purchase today.
Yes, I bet you are.
It just keeps giving and giving and giving.
It's the cheapest psychological.
I help people, not commit suicide and contribute to Brad's pain.
By the way, that is the most important thing. Is that is that, like I said, the work that's being done here. So, like I said, on a serious note, that's the real thing we need to take away from it. All right, I am pinning it. I just put it into the chat, the Streamlabs link, and there you go. So if you want to tip us and you have a question, I'll read it right now on air.
So William, like, people who read more comics than I do, for you guys, of the Batman, like throughout Batman's history, what is the most underrated storyline? Everybody talks about the ones you guys talk about all the time, like the Killing Joke and stuff like that. What is the most underrated storyline that nobody really brings up because of the fact that it wasn't
Batman R.I.P. Nobody ever talks about that, and I think that's great.
Yeah, I don't know why, because that's a huge story. I have that here, and that's Alex Ross covers too, by the way. Some of those. Why Batman R.I.P.? I'll put Batman R.I.P. down there as a singular story, but here's the thing: I'll go even on a wider scale. Detective Comics, because the way Detective Comics was designed was supposed to be literally
the
Batman by himself. Batman, the bare knuckles of detective work, and the uglier side of Gotham, the uglier side of the corruption, all the stuff that that doesn't bleed out on superhero Batman type of thing. Detective Comics is not Batman, in my opinion, as a superhero when it's being written right. And there's a lot of writers who, when they good on Detective Comics, they make sure that they go back to that. Detective Comics is about forensics and all kinds of stuff that don't necessarily are the flashy Batman stories. So you could go in most eras, especially the newer era, if you pick up unconnected, a Detective Comics, some of them are connecting to Batman and all these other ones, but the storylines that are within Detective Comics, is right. Those are the best ones, because it's less about Bruce Wayne and Batman, being Batman, and more about him being a literal detective. So
actually, the current run of Batman right now, I think it's called Batman Safe House or something like that. And
fail safe.
Failsafe.
Yeah.
The guy who wrote those comics, he says his idol was Bill Finger. Like the guy who wrote those comics is getting inspiration from Finger and the other guy who wrote those Batman comics back then.
Well, same thing with Frank Miller. Frank Miller was inspired. That's his inspiration for what he did. And even in Dark Knight Returns, he took Batman back to, to the roots of just, I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm going to beat the hell out of enough people so that you go tell your friends that you just got fucked up. You go tell your friends you just got your head slammed into this door. I didn't kill you.
I got a hot take for an underrated book. I think Dark Knight Strikes Again is a good continuation, and everybody hates the art.
Yes,
of that
it
book,
is. Yes,
but
it
the
is.
story is a good continuation. It's great.
And Dark Knight 3.
Dark Knight 3. The Master Race. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, also I'll give a quick report on my dog. He's jumped up to my lap he's sniffing me in the microphone because he's clearly telling me he has so much enthusiasm for what you have the predicament you've all put me in tonight through the charity donation. So thank you very much for that.
Good dog.
The dog zoning in on your stress.
Yeah, man's best friend. And by the way, everybody, since we are apparently now committed to this scary movie stream, I thought I'd go ahead and pull up the trailer for everybody tonight. So I'll go ahead and pull this up right now. This is what you have. This is what we're going to be seeing with Scary Movie very shortly here. This is the trailer. I showed a clip earlier.
Oh, by the way, Nick, if you have not read The Killing Joke, that should also be on your list too.
Yeah, it definitely should be.
Do you like any of the modern era, like
one at a time?
So William, do you like any of the modern era, like early 2010, like late 2010s, early?
The first 5 volumes of Scott Snyder's Batman on New 52 is amazing.
Yeah, Grant Morrison's run back in the day. I loved
Batman.
I like Batman: A Serious House on Serious Earth. That one's really
92 or 89, I think that was.
Right now,
it came out like the same year as Batman 89. So yeah, 89, and yeah, the art is just really creepy. And like,
is Failsafe? Is Failsafe? Is Failsafe the guy you're talking about, William? The author you just brought up, Claremont?
No, Grant Morrison is. I don't.
Grant Morrison is Batman and Robin and Batman. Batman.
He's the only way that makes the Batman family tolerable for me. Yeah.
But anyway,
no, that's what I'm saying. Is Grant Morrison? Is he the one writing the current Failsafe run right now for Batman?
That's Zdarsky, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Zdarsky.
Yeah, but anyway, everybody, here's the trailer for this masterpiece that we've gotten over $7,000 for. This is what we have to look forward to. This encapsulates the whole movie. What I'm about to present to you. Here's the trailer for Scary Movie.
So we're watching this tomorrow.
We got to pick a date. Tomorrow's going to be kind of busy because we got Super Bowl tomorrow.
What are you watching, Brad?
Is this a trailer?
Yeah, it's a trailer for Scary Movie right there.
Is this your hub stuff or what's going on?
We got you're gonna get us. You're determined to get us thrown off the internet.
I just pulled up the trailer. I just showed you all the pedigree of humor of Scary Movie right there. That's the trailer right there. There you go.
Scary Movie just isn't.
Was that Freddy Got Fingered?
No, that was Dumb and Dumber.
I don't want to know.
A Scary Movie just isn't that funny. Am I muted?
No, you're on that. You're on that.
Hey, Nick, if you want to go off from Batman, and if you want to experiment with that same type of tone, Frank Miller's run on Daredevil, we covered it here a couple of weeks ago. It's some of the best stuff out there. Also, Brewbreakers and why is his name escaping me? Bendis' run was I thought some of the best stuff, but
Michael Bendis?
Yeah. He did some of the best stuff, but start with the Frank Miller stuff. That's also stuff you can get in the trade paperback. Some of these issues are very expensive, but you can get them in a very, very cheap trade paperback. That just gets you into the door. Also, when Frank Miller did Wolverine, his take on Wolverine was one of one of the most violent takes on Wolverine that's out there. So yeah, those are the type of things that we had a little comic book code, and here it is, a little shitty comic book code on the side. But I shit you not. If this is the comic book code, comic book code was to prevent violence and gratuitous this and that. It's all in here. Wolverine chops ninjas in half.
Oh,
that's why I say that movie, The Wolverine, is a travesty. If you know what that book is, then you know that movie sucks.
So did Frank
I
Miller
always wondered what the claws were for.
Right?
Spidey, I have a question. Did Frank Miller do any comics for any comic book runs for like Iron Man or Captain America?
Not that I know of. I know that he wrote a Spawn Batman book with when
I have
under
that.
Image.
Yeah,
I don't know if Nick,
he did
you're
a couple issues.
muted
He
or
did a
not.
couple issues of Captain America where he was the artist and the writer. One of them had Punisher on it. The one where he's stepping on Punisher's shield and he has a gun aimed at him. That's I think that's one of the Frank Miller's issues.
What
But
year was
No,
this?
no. Does Frank Miller was his interpretation of Captain America? Is he more violent than what you see in the other runs?
No, he's not violent, but he introduces violent characters in. Like the story I'm talking about, I think he has the Punisher in there. The Punisher's a murderer. The Punisher is a murderer. That's
No,
the
he
difference.
isn't. He's a
Punisher
good
is coming to kill you. You know, you see that white skull, the Punisher is killing you. He doesn't give a fuck. All right, so he's not doing it out of self-defense. He's doing it out of just
Speaking of Punisher, they said Garth Ennis is getting back on the Punisher book.
I hope so.
That would be nice.
Dort Knight has the hottest take I've ever seen in my life, right there.
You know what? Hey, everybody's got their thing. Everybody's got their thing. So,
oh Jesus Christ!
All right, guys, we are rolling up on 4 hours. I can't express how successful the stream's been on just the fact that we reached 7,000. Did I freeze?
7,100.
So we're at 4 hours. So I think.
Yeah, it came at a great price, but we got there.
So
yeah.
And like I said, William, I have a question. Have you ever thought of doing like closing off your stream and then just everybody talking in the back, continuing this conversation off air?
If we hadn't gone 4 hours and I've streamed for
this guy has to get out of his store, man. At some point,
I'm literally in my place of business right now, and it's midnight. And, so yeah,
all you need is a cot in the back. You're good.
No, I don't. Not anymore.
What you got? What you got going there, Drogo?
I'm drawing
Good
Victor
night, William.
Stone at exam.
Got it. All right.
Okay. So today's mission was to breach the 7,000 mark. We did it. We're at 7,100. Thank you for everybody. I mean, in all seriousness, thank you for everybody who's got us to that point, including today. That's just tremendous. That's a number that we didn't know we could get to when we first launched this thing, and then when Zach sent out the tweet, got us going in the right direction, and we've steadily stayed in that direction, one day at a time. And like I said, now I will increase the goal to 10,000 that we eventually want to reach by April 19th. But once again, it all goes for a good cause, not just 988, but all the resources and everything that comes from this, all the research. Like I've always said, there's no such thing as a disease, mental or physical, that is not made better or more survivable by research, and that's what kind of this money goes into. But it also goes into 988 suicide crisis lifeline, 24/7 call, text, chat. Of all the resources that they do make available, this is the easiest one to get into somebody's hands. This is free. You don't have to call anybody. You don't have to go to a counter to get anything. You just hand them that. It's 3 numbers. You never know what you kind of good you might be doing. Thanks to everybody who made it on to everybody who's watching and will watch tomorrow. Thank you. Thanks for everybody who joined the this chaotic whatever the hell it was tonight. Don't know if I'll be rewatching this one, but hey, but
I'll have PTSD from this one for one reason.
You guys have changed. You guys have scarred Brad. He's changed, man. Now I don't know, man. I might have to. We might have to send him somewhere. But I will be back on the air probably earlier than our usual 10:30 stream tomorrow because of the Super Bowl, and then we'll cover the trailers. Obviously, I will be on the screen, but I'm not covering Deadpool 3's trailer. I'm going to let you guys do that because I don't care. But any other trailers, any other superhero stuff, any other wrestling stuff that pops out tomorrow during the game or after the game, I will be on to discuss probably in the 8-ish range, make it a little bit earlier for you East Coasters. So that's a wrap. Everybody say goodbye.
Later.
Bye.
Bye.
Scary movies goated.
See you in hell. Okay, see you there.
You know what? You deserve this angst just for bringing a Good Burger into my life again. That's an awful movie. All right, guys. See you tomorrow. Or see you later.
Later,
on. Bye.
Later, guys.